Welcome to YouTube. Wah! So tonight, well, we'll be discussing quite a few topics. Guess we'll start off with some. Well, we'll start off with the title of the show. Let's see here. Let's get ready for the show. I'm too dope, like you don't fucking know. Okay, so how do I do the screen here? Okay, I got it. So here you'll see a diagram of the first tutuba teaching the first act of witchcraft. See, right there at the bottom. Witchcraft. What is this person doing? Assuming it's a lady. She's drawing a circle. The circle of power. Here you'll see the departure of the Sabbath, the devil with the well, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about these pictures, but we're going to talk about witchcraft and the devil. Well, not all about the devil. Here's the devil, the world, the brotherhood of devil worshippers. So that's some kind of I'm not sure where the devil's in there unless the lady is the devil. Oops. Here's some kind of scene. Here's just skim through these. Some kind of devilish scene from an old book. I thought it was interesting. Let's see, Capricorn, the dragon, some kind of beast. The well, I mean, think of it more not as magic, but as some kind of secret society with some kind of secret knowledge. And that the so here's interesting, the 1658 some kind of scenario. Well, that's interesting. The dog is talking. That's very bizarre because JJ was just talking about dogs talking on that. Same with that. Talking about some case or something. Some dude thought the dogs were talking to him. No, it was the that one cult. Yeah, so here's some kind of witch riding a bat or something. Here's an old picture. London William Tegg. I thought it looks. That's just some interesting art. So yeah, a lot of this is just screenshots of devils and stuff from old lore and stuff. I got some twice. The Soul's Doom. You can see a pig being taken across a boat. What is this? Devils. The Wicked Ale Wife. Some kind of mischievous devil thing or something. There's that I was going through so many books. Medieval Deathbed. The Witch. She's holding some kind of a dog in front of a goat. It's definitely symbolic. It's like a dog or something. Lilith the cat is a cat. So I'm guessing that one right there. Here's the carving at Cornell. Well, I'm just gonna do these. Devil's old missile. Luther's devil. There's quite a few legends about devils here. Luther's devil is seen by the Catholics. Antichrist descent. Well, this looks like a bunch of the Pope nursed by Nagira. These oh, I'm not making this up. It's all in the books. Alexander the Sixth as the Antichrist. Let's see here. What else do we got? I think I'm gonna skip to. I got some videos to go through. The hierarchy of hell. What is this? Okay, oh, this is back to the demon shit. Hercules and the Hydra. That's in Rome. What is this we got here? Saint Anthony's persecutor. Looks like a one of those supposed whatchamacallit, the Swallower. Well, that's not a very good title to have. Handle of the Hindu chalice. Let's see what we got here. Bus. Oh, he's got the bees. Let's I say that. He's got the bees. He's like the Roman bee king or whatever the fuck. You got a jouster that's Bellerophon and what did that say? Chimera. Stabbing a chimera, some kind of multi-species animal. Most likely a symbol. There's a chimera. I mean, if they're real, then that'd be pretty spooky. Albert Durer's Passion. There's a demon over the edge of the doorway. Chris Everard has videos where he talks about ghost stuff and spirits at the top of doors waiting for people or something. It's very interesting. I'm not saying I believe in it, but it's Swan Dragon. Let's see what we got here. Anguish. This dragon's eating somebody's face or something. Serpent in the Ankh. The Greek coin. Where's the Ankh? Serpent in the egg. That's Tyre, Mars. The city. The witch mounted Della Bella. Well, that's interesting. What do we got here? Caricature of the gods. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there. They're trying to steal his watermelon or something. Whatever the fuck that is. Some kind of wine vessel. The Knights of Death. Yeah, so there's a wide variety of stuff going on here. Cerberus. Here's King James, who is said to be a devil worshipper. What do we got here? London, some sort of witches festival. Damn, it doesn't have a year on there. Some of the artistry is decent. What is this? This is talking about vomiting pins as nothing compared with the following, which is taken from Baxter's sermon. So, Mr. John Humphreys brought Mr. Mayhill to me with a bag of irons, nails, and brass, vomited by the girl. I keep some of them to show. Nails about 3 to 4 inches long, double crooked at the end. Pieces of old brass doubled about an inch broad, 2 to 3 inches long. The crooked edges desired to give me the case in writing, which hath done as follows. You see the depiction of the puking of the metal. There's an X-Files about that. Here's some kind of wizard or something. Let's see, they got some kind of familiar animals with them. Riding a pig, that's normal. Yeah, so what is this? I thought this was interesting because it mentions Hutchinson, and he's pretty down to earth person usually, but I'm gonna have to read that essay. Hutchinson, whose historical essay concerning witchcraft, published 1718, blah blah, refers to case we hear, and then Susan Edwards, Mary Trumbull's, and Temperance Lloyd hanged at Exeter, confessed themselves witches, but died with good prayers in their mouths. I suppose these are the last three that have been hanged in England, 1682. So that's very interesting. Scotland, the last case of burning in Scotland was Sutherland, 1722. Last in Ireland at Glarius, 1786. So it looks like they did a little bit more than burn. Looks like they decapitated. There's the devil hanging out with some people. It looks like they're giving the devil a baby. That's fucked up. Okay, so here's the devil pan, quote unquote. Notice the dog and the bird and some kind of whistling man. Yeah, so here's when people report to see devils and demons and stuff, they say that they're all black. They're pitch black, and that some of the old depictions show them just like that as well, like this one here, having dinner with devils. Also here, this looks like a picture from the Epstein case. Yeah, they say King James was a Satanist. He turned the religion to Satanism. Uh, yeah, so that's a pretty fucked up depiction. Looks like some kind of infant on a plate that's at a table. You'll see people, demons. Okay, so here, notice the feet. The person has a some kind of animal claw foot. Let's see what we got. Yeah, either a huge black man, as in a supernatural, not skin color. The he goat, by the way of doing homage, they offer him. He's got the devil, 1608. The devil riding with some witches on a broom. Some kind of dude with a broom and something in his hand. Just like the depictions in The Wizard of Oz. I should have zoomed in the pictures more. There's a witch riding on a broom. There's some dude riding on some kind of whatchamacallit, chimera. Uh, well, it was secret witchcraft orders fighting each other. The king's witchcraft versus the peasant's witchcraft. There's some kind of weird scene going on. Looks like furries. Well, this is fucked up. What is that? Some kind of dog or lion or animal or something that just got smoked? It says York right on it. It's got some kind of Spaniard. This looks similar to like a play of the initiations of the Skull and Bones. They have a Spaniard. Somebody dresses up like Don Quixote. Someone else like the Pope. The dog would be the initiate. Let's see here. Yeah, so they always got animals in them. Yeah, they got some kind of, what is it, like a bull lion or something? Some kind of bulldog. Uh, let's see. Yeah, so this dude right here looks like some kind of con artist. You wouldn't want to run amongst him in the late night alley. Here's some frogs or something. Another chimera, some kind of black witch, most likely a spirit, according to the writings. Here's witches making some kind of serum, some kind of potion. The juice of a toad, the oil of an adder. Will make Yonker matter. Yeah, so they're putting snakes and something else into the cauldron. Here's some kind of cauldron with looks like some kind of animals in the smoke. Here's some kind of dude with some bird's feet. Here's another bird foot man. I thought this was interesting. It's the illustration from the History of Witches and Wizards, 1700s, shows a northern witch raising a storm by means of a pump whilst a lapender and a kayak rides in safety. So they thought it was a pump, but I thought it was an obelisk. I mean, it could be a pump, but means of a pump. Yeah, so, and then, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, so there's a lot of weird pictures like this. I mean, they go on and on and on. Witches and warlocks, and demons. They're sinking a ship or something with the magic. Looks like the picture. There's some kind of devil stealing some kind of lady with misproportionate torso. Here's the devil and a horse. I mean, keep in mind this is probably all some kind of symbolism and delusions. What do we got here? Some kind of Jesus character stopping a devil or something. He's casting the devils out of him or something. Hey ya! He makes karate chop sounds when he does it. Hey ya! Begone, Satan! I forgot what this is about. Numbers of different demon names, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, so here's who was that? I don't remember that guy's name. The Paracelsus. But you'll notice the circle, protection, the demon, the whole generic concept of. Keep in mind, it's probably all some kind of symbolism. Let's see here. Yeah, so she's riding a devil horse. It's got a horse with devil horns. The devil appears as an all-black figure. A figure in black, which stands before me. That's a Black Sabbath song. About the devil. They say it was they say the drummer or the bass player had a dream about it and they wrote the song about it. And so here's a cover of some kind of demonology book. It's like Confucius or something. The facsimile of the only known specimen of the devil's writing. So apparently the devil writes in some kind of I mean, if it's real, it's obviously some kind of forgery, unless it was ghost written, and that's if ghost writing is real and not some kind of mumbo jumbo. Oh yeah, so okay, yeah, it looks like I'm out of stuff here. Okay, yeah, so well, since we're on this subject, oops, right there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but let's bring it on the screen. Small little clip which I gathered from the internet.
Various devices for administering the toxin that were found in the laboratory certainly make it clear that
I'll be
purely
damned.
defensive uses were not what the agency was limited to in any way. There were definite offensive uses. In fact, there were dart guns. You mentioned suicides. Well, I don't think the suicide is usually accomplished with a dart.
That guy's sweating over there on the right.
Particularly a gun that can place the dart in a human target in such a way that he doesn't even know that he's been hit.
There's no question about it. It was also for offensive reasons. No question.
Have you brought with you some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for...
We have indeed.
For
Here it goes.
People.
Right here. This is probably the type, something similar was used on that Charlie Kirk guy. Something similar to that, but smaller.
Don't point it at me. I wonder if
Yeah, so you see there, the scope was off from it. If, what's the name that was driving JFK's limo was using that thing.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. The round thing at the top is obviously the sight. The rest of it is what is practically a normal 45, although it's special. However, it works by electricity. There's a battery in the handle, and it fires a small dart.
So that when it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes. Very little.
Cooper
What
says
range
the
does it
dart
have?
explodes. Oh, look who it
100
is.
meters, I believe, about 100 yards, 100 meters.
About 100 meters range.
I wonder if he was subpoenaed to go
And
there.
the dart itself, when it strikes the target,
I didn't even realize that was that dude.
does the target know that he's about
Look
to
who
be
it
hit and
is.
about to die?
That depends, Mr. Chairman, on the particular dart used. There are different kinds of these flechettes that were used in various weapon systems, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
Without perception.
Right.
Whoa,
And did you
whoa,
find
whoa.
such darts in the library,
We did.
in the laboratory?
We did.
What an admission.
Yes.
Yep.
Isn't it true too that
Look at them all looking
the
at
effort
it.
not only involved designing a gun that could strike a human target without knowledge of the person who'd been struck, but also the toxin itself would not appear in the autopsy?
Well, there was an attempt.
Or the
to
dart?
Yes.
Well,
so that, there was
well.
no way of perceiving that the
No, they're
target
not
was
ice.
hit.
They're not made out of ice.
As a murder instrument, that's about as efficient as you can get, isn't it?
It is a weapon, a very serious weapon.
Yeah, so, I didn't cut that last part out. So yeah, you see the fucking, crazy shenanigans. I guess we'll move on to our next subject. Let's see here. We'll bring up the file. Wait, did I push the right button? We'll listen to a short 10-minute lecture from Henry Clausen.
And now, for the concluding segment of this filmatic visit to the House of the Temple, it is my sincere pleasure and honor to present to you the distinguished and illustrious Henry C. Clausen, 33rd degree, Sovereign Grand Commander, the Supreme Council 33rd degree, ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry. Brother Clausen.
Sometimes it's asked, what is the mission of the Scottish Rite? Well, the mission of the Scottish Rite is bifurcated. That is twofold. One part includes the goal of the symbolic lodge, the Mother Grand Lodge of the world, the Grand Lodge of England, the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, that adopted Anderson's constitutions in 1723 and thus became non-sectarian. This departed from a spiritual to a societal base. It is usually defined as a regular system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. The Scottish Rite of the Mother jurisdiction, on the other hand, retained, reinforced, and expanded both goals, societal and spiritual. Hence, we pursue in daily living the virtues of morality, charity, and patriotism. But we also search for an ultimate mystic union with the deity, and for that purpose we reveal and apply in our degrees from the 4th to the 33rd the ancient wisdom, esoteric knowledge that comes to us over long, drifting centuries. Our Scottish Rite, therefore, delves deeply into philosophy and metaphysics, but we square this with the miracles of modern science. For example, in my book, Emergence of the Mystical, I correlate our Scottish Rite mission and modern science, and I show that they are compatible companions. Throughout all history, there have been examples of extraordinary purposes of the mind. These have included and been repeated in different forms, metaphors that derive from what we know as wisdom of the ancients. The powers, forces, and energies can be discovered if we search deeply enough. They were to be found in all parts of the world, such as the mysteries of Isis and Osiris in Egypt, the Mithraic mysteries of the Persians, the Orphic and Bacchic and later Eleusinian mysteries of Greece, the mysteries of Samothrace and Chaldea, the mysteries of India, the Druidical mysteries, the Gothic and Scandinavian mysteries, and others. The object of these mysteries was not merely to teach morality. They developed the whole man and permitted him to attain his total potential. As Albert Pike said, had moral truths alone been taught the initiates, the mysteries could never have deserved and received the magnificent eulogies of the most enlightened men of antiquity, of Pindar, Plutarch, Isochrates, Diodorus, Plato, Euripides, Socrates, Aristophanes, Cicero, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and others. These were philosophers or historians devoted to the investigation of truth. All the sciences were taught there. In the cities of the ancient world, there were temples for public worship in which philosophers and mystics taught groups what were known as the lesser and greater mysteries. They imparted to their initiates the secret wisdom in sacred dramas and communications to those admitted as keys to wisdom for the doctrine of the one God, the resurrection of the eternal life, the dignity of the human soul, and union with the deity as reflected in the splendor of the universe. They taught the tremendous possibilities of the power of the will and reawakened spiritual strength so initiates would think positively, use their faculties with confidence and intelligence, improve their mental endowments, develop their will to control events, attitudes, and health, understand the possibilities of intuition, hypnotism, and the subconscious, be patient.
Oh. Okay. My bad. Let me just put the other part on. Yeah,
when confronted with
he's saying a lot really fast. It's a lot to absorb, so.
Adversity, courageous in the face of danger, resist temptation, and live worthily so as to gain the commendation of the deity. The ancient mysteries later fell into a perverted decline and were replaced with the ceremonial sorcery, incantations in lieu of divine magic. Also were filled with indescribable practices in the orgies of Bacchus.
So did everybody just hear what he just said? Exactly what I've been discussing. Let me just...
Decline. The ancient mysteries later fell into a perverted decline.
Right here.
And were replaced with the ceremonial sorcery, incantations in lieu of divine magic. Also were filled with indescribable practices in the orgies of Bacchus. Some of the devout,
indescribable practices of the orgies of Bacchus.
Few, and preserving from oblivion the secret doctrines. But more often along the line, the preserving from some of the devout, few, and preserving from oblivion the secret doctrines.
The few that weren't perversions.
But more often along the line, the keys to esoteric knowledge were thrown over the hedge of time. Few aspects of mystic power are more fascinating or buried more deeply in esoteric teachings and symbols. Thus, it was accessible only to selected candidates who had gone through the fires of initiation and vows of secrecy. Certainly, a correct reception requires more than a confused mind. May I distinguish what I call powers of the mind from ceremonial magic, whether white or black, that was vain and wicked, if not actually a kind of pious fraud. Those we wholeheartedly disapprove. The object of our inquiry rests upon far more solid ground. There are examples that prove to a point of demonstration the enormous powers of the mind. William James was the father of modern psychological science. At one time, he was professor of anatomy, psychology, and philosophy at Harvard University, combining body, mind, and soul. One of this country's most profound thinkers. There was an eminent psychologist, popular writer named Seabury, who mentioned in his book, How to Live with Yourself, that as a boy, he sat upon the knee of William James, who was a good friend of his father. He remembered well, William James said that as a young man, he had a serious heart condition that predicted an early death. But he read a book which told of the seemingly magical powers of the will for control of the body. And so he determined to train his will to direct improvement of his heart condition. Every night, before going to sleep, he projected his will to visualize a healthy heart for the following day. He suggested this in repeating appropriate words. The results were remarkable. He felt he owed his life to that simple advice, which worked so miraculously. You might try tapping your similar mystic powers, such as your capabilities of intuition. The modern Scottish rite of the mother jurisdiction has found the keys to esoteric knowledge, and therefore it is the direct true descendant and the survivor of the ancient mysteries. We pursue, preserve, and teach the ancient wisdom and esoteric knowledge. That is why our house of the temple is replete and resplendent with artistic ornaments and priceless symbols. They reflect our mission to instruct men in the real science of being and to lead them up the stairway to perfection, to a realization of the true brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God.
And so the work of the Scottish Rite goes on. Workshops to motivate the membership in the various programs. Improved rituals. All the varied programs of education and philanthropy and patriotism. Thank you.
Wow.
Improved rituals.
Okay. Yeah, you get the idea. So basically, I just wanted to show you that part because of the him bringing up the orgies of Bacchus and the dark side of the Illuminati, the dark side of the occult. Because he talked about both sides in that lecture. A good side, which was some story of a guy that was believed that he could use his willpower to heal his heart condition. And the bad side, which was the orgies of Bacchus and things that were unspeakable. Which, who knows? I mean, could he have been talking about Epstein type stuff? That's definitely an interesting. Oh, what the fuck? Never mind. Sorry, I just seen a quote by Immanuel Kant when I was looking up this doctor that he was talking about. Yeah. So that whole subject is very because he's talking about well, it does appear that there's some kind of dueling of magical societies, basically. I mean, according to their own words. I forgot what I had next on the agenda. Well, I thought I might put on that. Let's see. Well, who wants to take a vote? Law stuff or Jordan Maxwell Illuminati conspiracy stuff? Anybody want to take a vote? Which one I should put on? Heart protection. Yeah, I mean, well, with that fucking that CIA weapon that they showed in that other video, fuck, we better all start making coats out of phone books. Oh wait, you can't get any phone books anymore. Yeah, it's best to always wear a leather coat. Oh, leather coats are always but you don't want to have too nice of a leather coat because you don't want somebody to try to fucking steal your coat or something. Yeah, because I mean, my coat's pretty worn out here. I'm just making up excuses. Yeah, wait, who's voting? Pedro's voting for Maxwell. All right, well, I'll throw the Maxwell on. We were at the last third or so.
Major story on this one. So I'm kind of breaking you in. Could pick out certain. Just give you right there. Could pick out certain people from world fraternity. Just give you an idea how you see
right
this
here.
all the time, the triangle within the circle.
Right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Space flight.
You're saying the triangle and the circle is the mark
Now.
symbolically.
All right, now I'm going to get into the
Right
thing
here.
I was talking to you about Jimmy Carter before.
This is relevant.
Masonic orders of fraternity. The direct descent of the essential program for the esoteric schools was entrusted to groups already well conditioned for the work. The guilds, now follow this because this is going to be a rather heavy duty and deep stuff, but I'm sure you'll find it to be very interesting. The direct descent of the essential program of the esoteric schools was entrusted to groups already well conditioned for the work. The guilds, trade unions, similar protective and benevolent societies have been internally strengthened by the introduction of a new learning. The advancement of the plan required the enlargement of the boundaries of the philosophic overstate. A world fraternity was needed, sustained by a deep and broad program of education according to the method. Such a fraternity could not immediately include all men, but it could unite the activities of certain kinds of men, regardless of their racial or religious beliefs, or the nations in which they dwelt. And here's the point. These were the men of towardness, the sons of tomorrow, whose symbol was a blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. So it's talking about the Masonic orders of fraternity, and they were saying that if we're going to form a world conspiracy, you can't bring all the people into it at one time, but we could pick out certain people from different races and different groups who have learned how to go along to get along and know what to kiss and when, you know, and have proven themselves that they love the money and the women and all the other fun things that go with being on the in crowd, and we know we can buy them. So we can begin a new learning. An advancement of the plan required an enlargement of the boundaries of philosophic overstate. A world fraternity was needed, sustained by a deep and broad program of education. We got to teach all these people what to kiss and when and what all, you know, how to do it and how not to do it and what to believe and what to think and how to think. And that's what we're going to call education. And we're going to send them to school, right? And when they come out, they'll know exactly what to do and what not to do. And don't ask no questions. That's right. Then it says, these were the men of towardness. Now what I'm doing right now is I'm sharing with you something I haven't even gone into very much, because I'm getting ready to do a major story on this. I'm going to do a major story on this one. So I'm kind of breaking you in on some of the stuff I'm going to do. These were men of towardness, the sons of tomorrow, and here it is, whose symbol was the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. So the people who are putting this all together, they were called the men of towardness. Why? Because they've always been working towards something.
Which way you travel.
That's right. They're always working toward. The Freemasons and the bankers, every day, they just work along. They don't hurry. They're not sweating. They're just working every day. They're working toward that wonderful day, when that day will come when the whole world will finally be on their knees and they will finally have you where they want you. And it may take 100 years, it may take 300 years, it don't matter. They just every day are doing their thing, working toward the day when they're going to own you. Okay, so they're called men of towardness and the sons of tomorrow, whose symbol was a blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. Don't forget that. Their symbol is the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. While it is difficult to trace the elements of a pattern never intended to be obvious, the broad shape of a design is dimly apparent, the invisible empire. So what it's saying is that if it's hard to figure out, it's supposed to be hard to figure out. It's not supposed to be easy. But you do your homework, it'll all start to fall into place. It'll all start to make sense. Here we have from the old Assyrian Babylonian mythology, the sunrise. And remember, I told you the Semitic theology, Semitic Freemasonry goes back to the old Phoenician, Canaanite, Assyrian. And here is the sunrise. The god Shamash appears above the mountains of the east. Remember we talked about the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east? As far back as the Assyrian Babylonian mythology, they had the god Shamash appears above the mountains of the east, while his two servants opened the heavy eastern gates. Here in the Israelites are going toward the sun over the mountains of the east. Here in Hebrew Freemasonry, you'll see the Bible, the square and the compass, and the rising sun. Here in the book, 9.5 Mystics, the Kabbalah, today, we have chapter 9 is the way of one who is caught between the suns of a dying and a dawning day. So when you talk about the Hebrew Kabbalah, chapter 9 is the way of one who is caught between the suns. One sun is the dying and the one sun is the dawning day. So it's the sun of the old sun who's dying and the new sun who's coming. Here is the chair that George Washington sat in when signing all the documents to found this country. And up here, well, here it is. So this is the same. Here's the chair with the sun. See the sunrise on it? But now at length I have the happiness to know, says Washington, that it is a rising and not a setting sun. Remember, the one who's caught between the suns. And he's saying, now I'm happy to see that what we're doing is we're working on the rising sun instead of the setting sun, because I thought we were dead, but maybe we're on our way up then, right? So these are the priceless relics of the Constitutional Congress, the rising sun chair, used by George Washington. So he said it is a rising and not a setting sun. Here is from the Encyclopedia Britannica an article on Russia. And down here I photocopied this, enlarged it. So this is taken from the encyclopedia, and this is the flag of Russia, and this is the Soviet Union's coat of arms. Okay? Here is what the coat of arms says. First of all, the flag of Russia is a Russian, the red stands for revolution. Of course, it goes back to Rothschild, red shield. Rothschild is red shield. But the coat of arms, what do you see there? The sun coming up again? The coat of arms carries the motto, workers of all countries unite. The hammer and the sickle represents the spread of communism. Now watch this. You see the sun, the rising sun is a symbol of the dawning of the new day of communism.
Same symbol.
Now you're going to see how important this is real soon.
Is not a shell, it's
because we're talking about God's Son who's going to come back and bring the kingdom. God's Son.
Wrote him a letter and they replied
Well, just get ready. The coat of arms, the Soviet Communist coat of arms, The sun rising on the earth, it says the rising sun is a symbol, and these are important words, that's why I'm rereading them.
Rising
is a symbol of the what? What is that word? The dawning of the new day, end quote. Okay? Now, can we have the lights for 1 minute? Not two, just one. Jimmy Carter.
Told me that Illuminati isn't
on the back. When he was inaugurated, he said, "I see the sun rising on a beautiful new day." Okay?
Flashing.
Uh-huh. And when did he say this? I see the sun rising on a beautiful new day, on a beautiful new spirit. And when did he say this? Dawn. The dawn of November 3rd. D-A-W-N.
Okay,
He got up early so he could see the sunrise and gave a speech in which he said, I see the sun rising on a beautiful new day.
As a ritual.
As a ritual.
Let them know that he's in tune.
That's it. You let the boss know that you understand. Okay? I see the sun rising on a new day. That's right, the new day of world communism.
Excuse me. Does that have any significance with a lot of the corporations now hiring the former KGB agents and security?
Precisely.
And
that's right.
Companies that we work for?
Mm-hmm. That's right, a new day of communism. See, communism is not dead, it has mutated.
Which companies do that? Are you talking about
American companies? To name a couple?
The American companies or the Russian companies?
There's all kinds of companies that are doing that.
IBM, Coca-Cola,
yeah.
AT&T.
Yeah.
All the major And so that means, does it mean that if the martial law or whatever, they get ready to make a move, they won't have any
well, no, I'll tell you what it means. In my other slides, I will show you what that means.
Okay.
Well, just keep that question in mind. I'll show you what it means. But I wanted to bring out and call your attention to, and I can do it more yet, but I just want to call your attention to the sun rising as a symbol of the dawning of the new day of communism. And Jimmy was so proud to say, I see the sun rising on a beautiful new day. That's because you know who he is, and you know who he's working for. So if you think that he's acting like a communist and all this is a totalitarian state you live in, you damn right it is.
Well, how does Habitat for Humanity, what he's doing?
That's what communists always do. The Communist Party is always out there for the working man. The poor working folks, the poor folks, he always out there to help the poor folks. This way they're going to even be poor when he gets through with them.
Yeah.
Your baby some shots. He said it's the same game, I'm just passing the ball.
That's it. That's my time now. That's right.
I heard that houses that they build for the people, that if you die, it goes back to the either Jimmy Carter or the people that own it.
Sure.
So therefore, all the work that you put into it, you're really not gaining anything from it.
That's all right. That's the way it is in life. That's it. Well, that's the way it is right now. Do all you want out there. You don't own nothing. You don't own nothing. If you don't have Lodial title on anything, you don't own nothing. There's a world of difference between getting a title.
He's really not doing anything.
No, I know.
So, it may make it seem like he's doing something, but all the money is going to go back to either him or his family.
That's right.
That own it.
That's why New Day was put in quotation marks.
That's right. So-called New Day.
Just one important thing on the loading. You create the loading title, or you go get one from the person who's trying to own your property.
No, you have to get it when you buy something. If you buy a car, you have to. Yeah, you have to get it from the company. Well, whoever you buy something from, you have to buy it and get a Lodial title, and they can give you a Lodial title They just don't let nobody know you can do that. But if you buy a new car, you can get a Lodio title. If you buy a home, you get a Lodio.
Like person to person.
No. No, that's different. But I'm talking about if you're buying something, you need a Lodio title.
You can get them anywhere.
Okay. I just wanted to throw that little piece in. I got a lot more on Jimmy, but that's just a little quickie I want to throw in and let you know where he's coming from. So Jimmy sees the sun rising on a new day, and so do I. And Jimmy understands what it really means, and so do I.
I better smoke a joint. Bit of a cigarette.
Now here we have, this is interesting, that this symbol came out for the Soviet Union right around 1937, 38, 39. Okay? Before, this symbol here for the Soviet Union came out into public use about 1938, 39. All right? And in 1939, 38, 39, when this symbol came out with this stuff here, the new day of communism, the dawning of a new day, when this came out in 1939, the big shots in New York had a big party, and they called it the World's Fair. And in the World's Fair, the symbol was the dawn of a new day. The New York World's Fair. And that's right, there it is, the dawning of the new day of communism.
World Fair.
And here it is, the new day.
They knew the World War was going to end.
And that's the New York World's Fair. New York is the Empire State, remember?
Create the world government.
The Empire Strikes Back.
Their new dawn would be the...
Well, who's doing the striking? The Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight who is fighting with light, intellectual, spiritual light. And if you don't understand spiritual enlightenment, that's what the Jedi Knights are fighting with. Intellectual, spiritual enlightenment. And Darth Vader, he's wearing the Nazi helmet, speaking through the pyramid.
So what is the Jedi Knight represent?
The Knights Templars, the Knights of St. John of the Temple.
Oh, the Knights.
Yeah, going back to the old Knights of Malta, the old Roman, Nazi Roman. Remember Adolf Hitler's, in the Second World War, Adolf Hitler was in league with Mussolini of Italy and the Pope was signed concordance and contracts with the Pope. So, Adolf Hitler did.
So you're saying that the Knights Templars is fighting Nazis?
Yeah, the Knights Templars were the brains behind the Nazi party. Yeah.
But they were supposed to be fighting against one another because
yeah, I know. That's right. That's where I'm going to get into later, showing you how all of this stuff was set up purposely. The different sides were set up purposely to fight each other.
So Spielberg is really working on that.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how come he gets to be Spielberg. They're not stupid. There's that son of enlightenment coming up again. In Russia, there they are, all the poor people waiting for the sun to rise on the new day.
They're like the Japanese flag.
Yeah. And here's the Peace Festival at Lenin Stadium in Moscow. Now here is the, so this is a $50, I think. The Liberty Dollar? Is this the Liberty Dollar? Yeah, Liberty Dollar. This is the American Liberty Dollar, okay? And here's Liberty walking toward what? The sun.
Toward this.
With the crown of thorns, incidentally. And the book says she is moving what? Toward the dawn of a new day. So all of our coins celebrated the coming of world communism. Now here's Charles Tez Russell, founded Jehovah's Witnesses, and he's out there preaching to the poor Jehovah's Witnesses that the new day is dawning. The new day. Everybody get ready for the new day to get on your knees and bow down and worship Jehovah, the God of the British Israel Hebrew Freemasonry. Jehovah. That's Freemasonry. Semitic British Freemasonry.
What, the British?
But no?
Aryan race.
In my book, he is.
They're the true tribe of Judah, quote unquote.
Here's Jehovah's Witnesses. See the Watchtower and Bible Tract Society? Where you see the sun coming up between the mountains of the east. And where they talking about the government that will bring peace. And that's right. It will bring peace.
They got the artists working in on the tape.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the New World Order is going to be so peaceful that if you get out of line, you go into jail.
They'll pacify you.
That's right. And of course, if you really get out of line, then they're going to really make it peaceful. They're going to kill you. Cemeteries are real peaceful. So when anybody gets out of line, they're going to make sure it's going to be plenty peaceful. Cut your head off. If you've got any ideas about thinking about fighting this or demanding your freedom and liberty, you don't have no more freedom and liberty. From here on out, we're going to have a perfect paradise government in New York. And as long as you understand who the boss is, everything's going to be cool. And everybody's going to work for the Union. Soviet Union, the Labor Union, and the New York Union. British Union. Now here's a Christian distributors in California, the Christian distributors. They distribute all the Christian literature, and they call the New Day Christian distributors with the sun coming up over the mountains of the east. So all the Christians going to the Christian bookstores, and they're getting all the materials from Christianity, and they don't realize that the company is called the New Day, bringing the sun over the mountains of the east. Now who do you think would be supplying all that Christian literature to the Christian churches? Here's Richard Nixon. When he was president, he had a medallion struck for himself, and he's called the New Day for America. A new dawn for peace. New day and the new dawn. Of course, he
was going not to the end of the
you know, he tripped up a little bit and screwed up.
Yeah, made somebody upset.
Yeah, he made somebody mad, screwed up. So they said, fool, you ain't going to see no new dawn. You going home now. You ain't going to see no new day. Yeah, him and BB. Now here in the movie 2010, if you remember 2001, that's the shape of the United Nations building. It's called the Smooth Ashlar in Freemasonry.
Oh, yeah.
That's the UN building. And it's called the Smooth Ashlar. A smooth ashlar is a stone, a black stone. It has to do with the black stone of Mecca. The Kaaba.
The Baha'ism.
Right.
All the black stones that were in the doorway of all Egyptian temples.
That's exactly it. And that's why it's in the meditation room of the UN, of the United Nations, the black stone. Now here in a magazine, a cartoon magazine, on the, taken from this one, this magazine here, 2010, up here shows the sunrise in Egypt. No, this is in Washington, D.C. And here it is, the sunrise in the Soviet Union. And here it is in Egypt. And then down here, you will see the UN building perched upon, or sitting upon the waters of the nations, which the water always represented the people. So the United Nations is perched upon the waters of the nations, or the waters of people. And down here in the bottom, it says, and unlike on Europa, a new day, unlike any before, dawns. A new day dawns.
Excuse me.
For the United Nations now rules the whole world, and it sits on many waters, like the Bible says, it sits on many waters.
Yeah,
which means that it will one day take over the entire world, and we will be in a world communist state, and we will never, ever know how it happened. because we were praying to the Lord all the time and never figured out how it happened.
With your eyes closed.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Yeah, and a warning from the landlord. Here we have from Liberia. That's it. That's it. And there's Liberia, state arms of Liberia. See the sun? And also the sun, which heralds a new day. There it is. The sun is heralding a new day for Liberia.
Yeah,
here is Romania.
communism.
And here's the national coat of arms, the state arms for Romania. And you see the sun coming up? The sun, rising sun, expresses the promise of a new day. There it is, the sun rising over the mountains of the east expresses the promise of a new day. Here's Mongolia. There is the guy riding on the horse toward the mountain with the sun. The horseman racing into the sun. This stands for the nation's advance toward communism. And that's Jimmy said, I see a new day dawning. Yeah, because he's helping advance our country into communism. That's it. I hate to tell you that, but it is the pale horse.
Jordan Maxwell.
Here's Malawi. Okay, Malawi.
Yeah.
Malawi added the sun to symbolize the dawning of a new day for Africa. There it is.
The world government takeover.
Masonic Freemasonry moved into Malawi. And the people never saw it coming. They didn't understand it, had no idea what it meant. It just meant the symbolizing of a dawning of a new day for Africa.
Yeah, and how is that
Afghanistan,
going? How well is that going?
same thing, sun dawning.
They went right according
The main
to
elements is the rising sun. Now here are class rings
That's what they're
for
playing
high
with.
school and college kids. Class rings.
I'm not
See them
paying
standing there
them.
seeing the
That's
sun
just
coming
what
up
the
over the mountains of the east?
chose to do.
These are class rings you get
people
from
over.
high school. Sun coming up. This one's called a new dawning. See the sun coming up for the new dawning. Here's another one. The sun coming up over the mountains of the east.
I mean, come on. Yeah, whatever.
These same people are the ones to control education.
Bet on it. Reaching for tomorrow. Remember those sons of tomorrow? The sons of tomorrow. What do you see? The sunrise.
We understand that the sun rises in the east.
Yeah, but
that's pretty iconic. And why wouldn't people?
Yeah,
why wouldn't people latch onto that? You know,
they chose the specific symbol of the two mountains, or the two hills underneath the sun rising in the east, the two pillars.
Yeah. Okay.
Rise over the mountains of the east. Behold, a new dawn.
It kind of goes along.
A new dawning.
I think I spent my last 3 million.
Yeah. Behold, a new dawn. Reaching for tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's right. But those are kids' rings. High school.
Yeah, that might be stretched a bit.
Well, he did quite a bit of advanced stuff before he started showing. He showed Washington's chair. He showed.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I watched. Yeah. I've watched quite a bit of it so far.
Do you remember that one quote by the Illuminati that, or no, it was a quote.
Yeah, that Washington from the chair. I did not know that previously, and that's startling. That really is startling, and that might be due to his Masonic influence because he was in the lodge for a little while at least.
Yeah. Ben Franklin had a chair like that as well. I think Washington was most likely a good guy.
Yeah, Washington was, and if you follow Matt Ehret, he insists that Benjamin Franklin was a good guy too. I don't know.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I think a lot.
I mean, that's 200 years, 250 years ago. We have a hard time, assessing them properly.
Yeah. Well, from my understanding in the books, the Lodge of the Nine Nieces was just a scientific community. They had to hide the science.
Yeah, it was a fraternity, and remember that Washington also warned against the Illuminati infiltrating the lodges. He warned against that. So, I mean,
and the Jacobites.
Yeah, totally.
House of Stewart. There's something about that House of Stewart. There's something else about that. Some of the etymologies with the word Titan linking to Teuton, and then that was what was that other word? As in Teutonic.
There were the Teutonic Knights, and I don't have enough information on them, but they were a real factor too at one time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea of like Titan in Greek or whatever, godmen, some kind of secret society that believes they're gods or God as as a collective.
Possibly. I mean, have you ever studied euhemerism? Have I asked you this before? It's the idea. It's the idea that all the gods and demigods were actually based on real people. Yeah.
Oh well, I don't think that, but there's definitely surrealism of that with the. It's like they just freaking. That's what the profane believe. That's the initiates just considered it like a science describing each person's characteristics.
Okay. Because the Nephilim are so prevalent now, and there's been so much research done on the Nephilim, I believe that some of the demigods or so-called gods could have been Nephilim. Totally. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what if the term is? What if what if the people are not necessarily literally bred with demons or something, but what if they're invoking a demon?
I know. And this is weird because Jamie just did a show with this guy, and they were talking about how in the AI digital world, could a spiritual entity be embodied in an AI type system? Much like a Ouija board. How you can use a Ouija board and it could be possessed by, some sort of demonic force. Could that happen with the AI digital thing? Like,
well, I mean,
that's
it's a cool idea, but
that's a scary thought. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen, but the what was I gonna say? The idea that well, did you hear the Henry Clausen speech that I played earlier?
I didn't know who you were recording, so I didn't know who
The
the guy
Masonic dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so Henry Clausen,
Yeah,
he says
the old guy.
Yeah, he says he talks about some kind of cult practicing things which cannot even be said, and the orgies of Bacchus, sorcery and dark magic, and then he's talking about like just some because it's like the light magic, quote unquote, is the theosophist according to some of the their doctrine.
Yeah, according to Bailey and Blavatsky. Yeah.
So then, what they're considering the dark side of their doctrines, I think, is
well, Aleister Crowley
Crowley
represents the dark side. Yeah.
And also like Jacob Boehm and what's his name, Cagliostro.
Cagliostro, yeah, he is a character.
Yeah, he was having orgies and stuff. I think that he probably.
And have you ever researched the real Faust. There was a real character named Faust in history, and he was sort of a magician, charlatan, and he did a lot of things. That's what Goethe's book was based on a real character in I don't know if he was an Austrian or a German or what he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Chew a fucking vitamin C. Yeah, they say the Illuminati oath of blood was the pact with the devil.
Totally. And you've seen the videos on YouTube even now today where all these pop stars admit that they made an oath. Sometimes they say it was with the
there's a
devil.
symbolic.
Yeah, sometimes they say it was with other entities. Yeah,
I think the pop stars are all just retarded.
totally.
I think when Bob Dylan says it, I think he was just fucking around with the. I mean, I don't think he actually believes in the devil or anything. He's just fucking around.
Yeah. For
not that he couldn't be some kind of bad person or something. Because I mean, he could definitely be involved in some weird shit. Who knows?
Yeah, he evolved. Like, I mean, he was a folk artist and an atheistic folk artist, and then he converted to Christianity, supposedly with the Long Train Running or whatever that album was.
What kind of Christianity?
Yeah. And then he denied it afterwards. Yeah, he's a weirdo. Yeah.
Damn it, I got cotton mouth like a motherfucker.
He's still alive. He was in Calgary a couple of years ago. But I wouldn't watch him because I can't stand him.
Calgary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe I should play this a little bit more.
In college.
Nice ring.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a fish mouth, would it?
But
no, it looks like an angel. Yeah, it could be, but it's the looks like.
You ever collected any cool rings or anything?
No, I had a wedding ring, and because I read the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever, written by who was the author? Anyways, and he had a white gold ring. His wedding ring was white gold, so I wanted a white gold ring. And when we got married, I got a white gold ring.
Oh yeah, Black Hills gold.
What's that?
Black Hills gold or?
No, white gold.
Well, Black Hills gold is white gold. I'm just wondering which region.
Oh, I didn't know that. Anyways, I somehow lost it because I always walked to work. It was about 5 blocks to walk to work, and I always walked to work, and it always was loose on my finger, and I don't know. I lost it, and I looked for it for days and days, and I couldn't find it. Yeah, so I've never.
Metal detector.
No.
That might work.
But that was 30 years ago.
It could still be there.
Yeah.
People aren't too bright, you know. They don't.
Yeah.
I'm going to start metal detecting everywhere.
Have you ever seen the metal detector show from Britain called The Detectors?
Yeah, I think so.
That's an amazing show. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely like archaeology. The old coins is usually what they find and stuff.
Yeah. Anyways, continue with what's his name?
Oh yeah, cigarettes. Tobacco is really dry.
A bird and it could be the fish too. Yeah.
Oh, he gets to some major. I think I skipped it. Okay, so you know the wings on the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah, the cherubim's wings. Yeah.
How they made a Vesica Pisces, the symbol of
I disagree. I disagree with that.
Well, it's interesting. Well, there's possibly a cult out there that does agree with it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, Eastern Orthodoxy whom I love. I have so many friends that are EOs.
EOs.
Well, Eastern Orthodox, and
I'll permit the EO.
and they use
no, I'm kidding.
they use the temple, the fact that there was wings and there cherubim, and there was pomegranates on all the tapestries and stuff like that. They say, okay, we can have icons. And I'm saying, what the fuck? No way, you can't have icons. Because the second commandment expressly forbids icons.
Yeah, well, I mean, to speak of it in an archaeological sense, it seems to have come from Egypt, and that it's where the pharaoh would keep the contracts for all the tribes and laborers. The Ark of the Contract, the Covenant, the and so it was deemed holy by the profane, but it was for their government system that they were running the contracts of the workmen. And interestingly enough, the dimensions of it are the same dimensions as the supposed sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid.
Yeah. Some people claim that the pyramids weren't really mausoleums, that they were that there was other reasons why they were built. But yeah, I don't know.
Have I been pronouncing mausoleum wrong this whole time?
Mausoleum, yeah.
Mausoleum.
Well, either you can pronounce
it. Rings off the tongue a little smoother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mausoleum. I have to remember that one. Yeah, how was it? Yeah, so the Great Pyramid's got no carvings on it. The guy that wrote Kutu or whatever above the door, he did it fraudulently, and
yeah, I mean, those are 3,000 years old. We have no.
Yeah,
we can't.
Well, they could be 12,000 according to some. I think that the ancient Mayans went there and built it. That they scoped it out for astronomy. Because guess what you can do inside the Great Pyramid during the day, where you can do nowhere else.
What?
You can see the stars during the day.
How?
Through the tunnels. The tunnels that look into the sky.
No,
you ever dug a deep foundation on a house or anything?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand looking into a well.
Well, no, looking out of a well. If you're at the bottom of a well or something, and you were to look up, you'd be able to see the sky way more better. And the so it's like they were day astronomy, which is funny.
Yeah, as I've mentioned before, I believe the Giza pyramids were pre-flood artifacts.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah,
I mean, because that's why I think the capstones are all missing.
Yeah, totally.
Anchors by sailors who were like, "Oh, look, let's steal that stone, drill a hole in it, and use it for an anchor."
Yeah,
that's for all we know. It could have been the Chinese. Fucking, they've got ships on the west coast. There's anchors in the water on the west coast that are,
you've read that book 12 or 1412 or whatever by that guy, and he claims that the Chinese came to South America and discovered it and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're anchors and stuff.
Yeah,
they at least went to California. They were trying to catch some waves.
Yeah, this is I don't know, maybe it's too self-interested or whatever, but I hope when I go to heaven that God will reveal to me all that happened throughout history so that I can understand all these mysteries. But I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's too, like, maybe I won't care. I don't know. But
Wow.
right now I do care. I care about, why don't we know what happened? Because there's not enough records, there's not enough data to sift through. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to learn to be psychics.
Yeah, or join Project Stargate and look through history and oh yeah, that's what happened.
Well, sometimes it feels that way with the books. You
Yeah, you
open up
think
to a
so.
book and it's like you open up to the right page somehow and you're like, whoa. That's creepy. I got a ghost hand opening the book for me.
Yeah. Life is
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, probably put this back on for a minute.
Okay.
Now here is a book you have right up here. Excellent book. I just pointed it out to somebody over here. It's right here. It's called Secret Societies and Subversive Movements.
Oh yeah, this one.
Excellent book. If there's a copy left over here, you ought to get it because it's sensational. Here, see again, I told you it was from the Christian Book Club of America. So you can write them and they'll, But anyway, here's the Secret Societies and Subversive Movements by Nesta Webster.
Oh yeah.
And in it, she's quoting this lady who was a member of the Aleister Crowley group. The Aleister Crowley group was called Stella Matritina in England. And this one lady who was a member of Stella Matritina came out of it, and Nesta Webster was interviewing her.
Double square.
And she said, the lady said, the same initiate has communicated to me, this is Nesta Webster talking, the same lady or the same initiate has communicated to me the following conclusions concerning the group in question, with the permission to quote them verbatim. The lady who was a part of the Stella Matritina in England said, I have been convinced that we as an order have come under the power of some very evil occult order profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise, though not infallible, their methods being black magic, that is to say electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion.
Hypnotism.
And here is the point. We are convinced that the order, that's the Stella Matritina order in England, we are convinced that the order is being controlled by some sun order, after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself. Some kind of sun order?
Sun order.
Right. So there is a sun order. An order of the sun. That goes back to Egypt. The ancient order of the sun. Exactly. In ancient Egypt. And there were priesthoods of the sun. And then there were other priesthoods who came in, and the Knights Templars and the Masonic Lodge picked all of this stuff up from the Egyptians and rewove it into a new deal.
A new deal?
A new deal.
Oh, the new deal.
Well, it goes back to the...
Yeah, new deal. You remember, what's his name? Who made that? Roosevelt?
Yeah, Roosevelt. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a relative to one Clinton Roosevelt, who is part of the Rhodes.
Yeah,
the Rhodes
the Rhodes Scholarship or Rhodes Circle, the Lord Milner groups. Yeah.
Yeah.
And wow, I got Nesta Webster's books back in 1984. Can you believe that? Or no, 1985. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah,
so I've known Nesta for a long time. Yeah.
We're trying to get Courtney to read those fucking books. What's her name? Courtney Turner.
Oh yeah, I've got an extra copy of one of them. Maybe I'll send her one. Except it costs so much to ship books now, like to the States. Like,
yeah, I think she doesn't want to read it because there's only like 2 or 3 lines in the book that are anti-Semitic, and they're not even really that harsh.
No, they aren't. No. World Revolutions is another story.
What was I looking up? I forget what I was trying to look up. Oh, somebody on Twitter doesn't think that David Icke calls himself Jesus in this first interview.
No, David Icke is such an idiot.
So like prove it, and it's like, well, let me find this interview.
He did call himself Jesus. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was spewing the Christ consciousness shit, the British version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's just a Looney Tune or if he's controlled opposition. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Just Looney Tune.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went off on the deep end, got hit in the head with a soccer ball too many times.
Totally.
No offense to anybody that plays soccer.
No, that was my favorite sport when I was in junior high, was soccer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sun, the rising and the setting of the sun. And the 2 suns, the son of the, how he said, between the 2 suns, one empire is going and another is coming up. Which shows that there is a connection between the fall of one nation and the rise of another. It's not by chance. It's all being orchestrated by something that she calls a sun order. And that's what they call Freemasonry, a sun order. And a while ago I showed you how.
Yeah, so it's interesting because that I'm not sure who that's what I was going to bring up. I'm not sure who the Stella Matutina lady is that he's speaking of, that Nasty Webster's speaking of. But it was an OTO group, and that the Matutina, it is Morning Star, was an initiatory magic order dedicated to dissemination of traditional occult teachings, blah blah. Golden Dawn, blah blah. Mystic Heroes.
Yeah, there was several people. There were several people. I'd have to look it up to see who it was.
Israel Regarde, blah blah.
Yeah, I've got Israel Regarde's book. Yeah.
Golden Dawn, Alpha et Omega, led by John William Brody, Ines, and McGregor Mathers.
Oh, McGregor Mathers. Yeah, I've got several books that he's supposedly translated. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then Isis Urania Temple, led by A.E. Waite, Arthur Edward Waite.
Yeah, Arthur Edward Waite, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
So these are the Sun Temple people. What else do we got? Revolt of London Adepts against then head of the order, Samuel McGregor Mathers. In early 1900, the order segmented into 2 groups, whose remained loyal to Mathers took the name of Alpha at Omega, while in London group took the name Hermetic Society of Morgenroth. I'm not familiar.
Morgan Roth?
Roth, yeah.
Weird.
Latter group retained such members as Robert Falcon, the British doctor, John William Brody Ines, A.E. Waite, William Alexander Ayton, and W.B. Yeats.
Oh, yeah, W.B. Yeats. Yeah, that's a key figure that nobody... I mean, they look at his poetry and think he's cool, but yeah, he's worth checking into. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Blah, blah, they took remnants of the cults, formed an independent, rectified rite, the Golden Dawn, which consisted of all Master Masons. Later, Fellowship of the Rosy Cross. Those of the Morgenroth, who were more interested in occultism, led by Dr. Falcon, formed the group Stella Matutina, naming their mother temple Amun. Which is,
Amun. Weird.
Yeah, M-O-U-N.
Oh, that's a different word. Yeah.
Well, okay. No, it's Amun too. A-M-U-M.
A-M-U-N. Yeah, that's Egyptian. Yeah.
Yeah, just like a Osiris type character, I'm guessing. Sun god Ra, Amun. Yeah.
Have you ever read Tobias Churton?
That sounds familiar.
He's written a 6-volume biography of Aleister Crowley.
Huh.
And he's also written on okay, let's see. He's written a book on William Blake. He's written a book on okay, I don't have all his books up on this shelf, but yeah, he's written on the occult in Paris and different books like that. And he's a Rosicrucian himself, a modern day Rosicrucian. He's a weird guy, but I've got like 10 of his books because he describes everything. Yeah.
Okay, so here it is. It's talking about some Hermes Lodge in Bristol, Secret College in London, and Merlin Lodge also in London. That's going on about Israel regarding Bristol, Naki, and chess. I'm not sure what they mean by that, but
oh yeah, I think I know what they
player
mean.
variant. Then it says Stella Matertina became largely dormant, although the Hermes Temple continued until 1970, where Ra in New Zealand continued in 1978. I gotta look more into that, but
New Zealand. Wow.
Right here's where it gets into it. From the beginning, Falcon believed the order must, in fact, gain contact with the secret chiefs by the use of astral work communications, which were received through either trance or automatic writing, as well as the wish that there should be unity among Rosicrucians, great importance given to their messages, blah, blah, blah. Make changes to their rituals. Wait, some of which gave approval to make changes of the rituals. Falcon constructed new rituals in Stella Matutina, which included Adeptus Major, Adeptus Exemptus, Magister Templi, all of which bear resemblance to their the original 4th, 5th, and 6th degrees of the OTO before they were rewritten by Aleister Crowley. So,
yeah, and they're copies of the Masonic orders too. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't have too much an article. I'm going to go into that later.
The sun has two wings, left wing and right wing. Therefore, you got left wing politics and right wing politics. You got the right wing and the left wing. Of course, that's what the sun has, is two wings.
Well, no. That has to do with the French Revolution.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Gironde.
Probably.
Yeah, the French Revolution.
Yeah.
Right was old. And
yeah, I think
between good and evil.
Yeah, it's the battle between
Truth and false.
Yeah.
Sometimes Jordan gets.
Now I got my own idea about why that is. I have my own theory on as to why it is that 500 years from today we'll still be fighting the same battle. They'll be doing it a different way, but we'll still be fighting them the same way. The poor people, the working class people will still be fighting the manipulating people who are manipulating and exploiting and keeping everybody else ignorant and stupid and using them.
This article about the Stella Matutina is mentioning Rudolf Steiner.
Oh yeah, Rudolf Steiner. I haven't studied him enough. I've got a book of his, a collection of his works, and I haven't had time to read it. But yeah, he's a key figure. Rudolf Steiner, didn't he do Ariosophy? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. He's also looks like he's preaching the revamped version of Jacob Boehme.
Yeah, he was after Blavatsky, and he made the science of Ariosophy, which included Jacob Boehme. Yeah.
Yeah, so that links England's London Lodge of Stella Matutina to the Nazis.
In a way, yeah, I suppose so.
In the OTO. He also had anthroposophy.
Anthroposophy.
Yeah. Well, it's very similar. the two groups are both the inner light bullshit.
Has anybody? I should look it up on the internet. Has anybody done a deep dive on Edward Bulwer Lytton? He wrote the book about the Vril
Oh yeah.
Society. And
yeah, I ran into him with the research on the Baron von Reichenbach.
Yeah, I mean, somebody needs to do a deep dive on that. Maybe I wonder if.
Well, I mean, I've delved pretty far into
either Jamie or maybe Courtney might do it. Mention it to them. Yeah.
Well, I plan to get deep down into the magic stuff of this whole conspiracy because that's basically what me and Todd are experts at. Like knowledge of the occult. Well, that's the thing. Is like you guys study Christianity and stuff. We all study the occult.
Yeah, Todd's.
Well, his knowledge is accurate.
Some of it is, yeah, but he's too invested in a certain direction. Yeah.
Well, he just doesn't like Mormons or organized religion because it's.
Well, I don't like Mormons either. I mean, have you seen Jay's Morgan or Mormon wives video? His cringecore songs about Mormon wives. They're hilarious.
I don't know if I can handle that.
So it talks about
Mormons are connected to the Illuminists.
Yeah, it talks about magic underwear. It fits so right. It fits so tight. They're silly songs.
You've seen the symbols on the underwear is the compass and the square.
I know because Joseph.
Think about that. The squares.
Yeah, Joseph Smith totally got everything from Mormonism. Yeah.
Well, the square is the symbol of the material realm.
Yeah.
The upper shirt has the compass, which is the symbol of the mental realm, the heart and the mind, versus the material realm, the stomach and the sex drive. Or you know, it's interesting because they embed all their fucking doctrine into everything, even the fucking clothes that the Mormons wear.
I know. I used to have this Mormon friend back when I lived in Red Deer, and I'd go to her store because she had an organic store, and I bought food from her and stuff like that. And me and my friend, a singer who worked at the store, we used to always bug her about her underwear and stuff like that.
I think that's called sexual harassment.
No, because we were good friends.
It was a joke about the religious underwear.
Yeah. But she was a decent person. Her husband was decent, but they weren't clued into the hierarchy of the Mormon church, so they didn't know what we were talking about, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing they're probably pretty old now. They probably passed away or something.
Oh no.
They're still around. They haven't made it to the mothership.
She's younger than me, so she's still got a store in Red Deer, and every time I go to Red Deer, I stop by and say hi to her. Yeah.
You know, I think that there's well, it's weird how everybody gets all cliquey when they join all these organized religions or cults and all this stuff.
Yeah,
they only hang out with people that are in their group.
That's why I don't like, or I don't appreciate when people say that I'm, what do you call it? What is the word?
Well, I made the joke.
I'm against certain types of people. Yeah, I've got friends all over the place. Like,
well, I made the joke that I was gonna start my own church, and then I was gonna make bumper stickers that says, "Where's your Jesus' sign of Jonah?"
Okay.
and then the church.
Yeah,
I'll just preach that.
Pedro.
The joke's not over. And then I'll preach that everybody else's religion is the Antichrist religion.
Yeah. Okay.
There'll be people lining up at the door for miles.
Pedro suggested bigot, but bigoted, but maybe racist. I don't know, racist. Whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about. I lost track.
Okay, but Pedro knows what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, well,
and
you're trying to reform yourself into.
No, I'm not trying to reform myself.
Well, it's happening.
You know, I went
there's
to.
No stopping it.
No, there's no stopping it. I went
Leaves a bad influence on you.
I went to Northeast Calgary yesterday.
I thought I raised you better.
I went to Northeast Calgary yesterday, and I counted that there were 98% illegal aliens, is what I call them, and only 2% whites. And I was totally
people
disgusted.
From like different countries and stuff.
Yeah, I was totally disgusted. I couldn't. I want to get out of here. I mean, when I grew up in you know, from grade school to high school, there was only 2 Chinese families in town. And it wasn't until after I graduated that there was a black person in town. Like, I mean, come on. I grew up in a white community, and I believe in white community. Like Scott Adams. Like Scott
Adams. It doesn't have to be
Adams.
like a movement or anything. You could just move to where white people are. If that's, you know, what your taste is.
Yeah, I might have to move to Greenland.
Green? I don't think you gotta go that far.
Yeah, I can. I can.
Greenland. There's fucking volcanoes on Greenland.
No, there isn't. No, there's no volcano.
Those springs.
No.
I would move anywhere if there's a volcano. Well, I mean, there's volcanoes all over the place. Mountain ranges. Any mountain range could become a volcano.
Well, there's certain, like, there's the, what is it? The something circle, the Pacific.
Oh yeah, the Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire, yeah. That's a volcanic range, but Greenland, no, there's no volcano.
No, there's volcanic activity underneath the fucking. That's what all the hot springs.
In Iceland, yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's in Greenland too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Midwest is nice because it's freaking. I'd say Indiana would be a good spot to move.
No, Idaho apparently is the best place.
Well, I wouldn't move to Idaho. There's a bunch of fucking Indiana. There's really nothing going on. It's just a bunch of Amish people and stuff. You can at least get some good food.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and just make sure you got a good basement on your house in case there's a tornado.
Yeah. That's one thing we don't have to worry about here. Yeah. The only tornadoes that have showed up in Alberta are at trailer parks.
Well, that's harsh.
It is.
We have friends that grew up in trailer parks.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah,
but only two big.
My mom almost got. She almost died from a volcano or a hurricane. I mean a tornado.
Okay.
I said volcano. Yeah. She said when she was a kid that there's a big stick in that fucking tobacco. She said when she was a kid that fucking that she was that there was a tornado and they all went to the cellar and the cellar doors sprung open and she said the winds started to catch her and she grabbed a hold of some post or something the tornado didn't get her though.
Well,
she tells the story a lot better than I do. Waving hands and stuff. Tornado.
So she wasn't. She didn't become what's her name in the Wizard of Oz. What was the girl's name? I forget her name. Dorothy. Yeah.
Yeah, my mom's pretty much Dorothy.
You know, I read the book when I was in grade 5 or grade 6. I read Wizard of Oz. But then when I seen the movie, I hated it. I just hated it because I thought,
what was the differences?
Well, because what's her name that played Dorothy, she was an adult, and I thought, isn't this weird? She's an adult and she's playing a little
It's a theosophical story.
I know, totally. Frank L. Baum was the theosophist through and through. Yeah, I found that out.
Well, that's why I was wondering about the differences. If what because the occultists are trying to brainwash the masses through the movie.
Yeah,
you know, like the differences would be any difference between the movie and the book would possibly be something of a more advanced theosophy. Perhaps they advanced their doctrine or left certain parts out in the book and put it in, or vice versa.
Yeah.
If there's any parts in the book that weren't in the movie, those could be the theosophical high points, or they could have just been taken out because they were irrelevant.
Yeah, and I probably missed them because I read it in grade 5. Oh no, grade 4.
Well, do you remember any differences?
I don't remember anything about it. So in grade 4, what did I know about reality back then?
Well,
yeah.
I used to read encyclopedias all the time. That's
well,
all
I did. I read encyclopedias in grade 6 and 7. Yeah.
Science magazines.
No, I hated science. I never read science magazines until I graduated. When I graduated, I hated. In high school, I hated science, but when I graduated, all of a sudden I'm reading Scientific American, Omni magazine, and all these science magazines, and I'm thinking, what? Why am I reading all this stuff now?
Yeah. Well, I always liked the Discover magazine in the 90s.
Yeah, Discovery. Yeah.
Their articles on tech of like intelligence stuff and military stuff was very in depth. It was very interesting. They don't even disclose that. Like they had some kind of van or something that they would turn on a switch and the whole van looks like the background of where the van's at from any angle.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I'm sure they got that on airplanes and other stuff as well. I think that's what, if the cylinder UFO was man-made, I think that's what it did. I think that it changed colors to look like its background, and then you couldn't see it.
Yeah, I was in Calgary here. We have a place called the Core. It's downtown, and it's got a whole bunch of businesses and outlets, international outlets and stuff like that. And I went in, had poutine, which is a Canadian thing. I had poutine, and there's a TV.
Fries with gravy?
Fries, gravy, and cheese. Yeah. And I was watching, there's a TV, and they were showing the Olympics. And I'm watching this Olympics thing, and they've got these drones. You can see on the video, the drones are like, they can picture the Olympics now so good because they have these drones that have cameras on them, and they can go follow these. It was skiers, some sort of skiers. I don't know what the fucking event was, but they were following him all over the place. Like it was amazing what they can show nowadays. Yeah.
Well, that's why the idea of World War III is so scary. Because if China and Russia invaded North America, they'd have fleets upon fleets of drones. There'd be nothing you could do. you'd have to like fucking hide and pray to God that you didn't fucking get fucking smoked by some drone or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. You know, on YouTube, on the commercials, sometimes they advertise this slingshot that you can get for cheap, and it shoots ball bearings or marbles or whatever, and it's good up to 200 yards, like that it's accurate up to 200 yards. And I'm thinking, maybe I should get one and shoot down any drone.
You wouldn't want to look like any type of threat if the New World Order actually. You just want to try to make sure you don't get put into some camp or something.
I'm a nobody. I have no voice anywhere, so I don't think they give a shit about me. But maybe they do.
Well, I think their big game is just time. I don't think they're actually gonna invade or anything. I think
but there's drones.
I mean, the possibility of it is definitely.
Yeah. The possibility is.
I would just go live in the woods.
Yeah, but that's what I've been listening to Geopolitics and Empire podcast, and I agree with him. Is that he says they want certain people to opt out and to be preppers and go into the woods and stuff like that. They want people to do that to a certain extent because they can still track them. They can find us anywhere. Totally.
Well, you'd obviously have to leave America if the Russians or the Chinese invaded. Well, I mean, unless unless Congress was like, "Hey guys, we still love America. Come save us,"
Yeah, you've seen the movie Red Dawn. Yeah. Red Dawn. Yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work anymore.
That's the thing. I don't think at one time. I don't think they're actually going to invade. I think they're just doing laws, and it's slowly becoming more and more communism, and that everybody's totally unaware of it. Like I think the insurance companies, all the major companies, are involved with shenanigans with the governments of North and South America, and they're pretending like they're not totally government involved, regardless of either owned or some sort of program where money's exchanged in a certain way or something. I mean, that's where, because my friend said that the Windsor plant in Canada, that he was a government employee. He got to go there during the pandemic.
Yeah.
To work on some kind of engine press or something. But like, I don't remember what kind of thing he had to work on or whatever, but it was. But he just showed me that he had a pass to go to Canada during the pandemic, which was funny because I don't think he had a license plate on his car.
Well, here it matters, but I read in Dean Koontz's Jane Hawk series that apparently in the U.S. you can get away without a license plate on your car.
Well, I would try it. Fuck that.
But apparently it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dean Koontz.
Well, Ralph Epperson does it. The police issued him some kind of thing that basically said
Dean Koontz is a popular. They say he's a horror author, but he writes other shit.
See the CIA guy?
He wrote this 5-book series called On Jane Hawk, and he wrote it in 16, 17, 18, and 19, and it totally described the pandemic that happened in 2020, 2021, and he totally described it, totally. Wow.
Dr. Rima Labau, she had a speech in like 2007 called Codex Alimentarius, and
Codex Alimentarius is serious shit.
She might have been leaking something that she already knew from General Major Stubbledine, and that she said that people in the future will the common cold will destroy them, and that she said it in 2007.
It's not the common cold that destroys you. It's the
think about
fucking
it, though.
vaccine. It's the fucking
no, well, you
vaccine.
can't say that on the air. But she's because the majority of scientists agreed that the virus was basically the common cold, and that she says that we would all be so malnourished that we would be because of all the metallic minerals that are in the soil that they try to replace the organic minerals.
Yeah, and all the GMO food and all the fake food that they sell us. Yeah, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if it's a psyop or something. Where what she was saying, if she was speaking in half truths, if she was because like that Stubbledine involved with the psyops programs. Linda or Dr. Rima Labau's, she was a psychologist doctor who studied the patients who were alien abductees and shit.
Okay.
That's what I should download. Fucking
what you should
drink my
download.
spit. I'm spitting in this fucking thing when I smoke.
Let
me bring that video up.
What you should download is what is it called? Majestic Man? No.
There's my water.
It's a video about an hour long on
well,
UFO.
I can play stuff that's not
UFO
copyrighted.
Well, no, because Jay and different people have covered it. They've showed clips from it. You can do that.
Okay, so she was in where's it at? Sightings, 2 episodes. Season 220. Let's see if I can find it. Oh fuck.
What channel is this on?
Oh, 220. I gotta download it off YouTube real quick. I don't think it's copyrighted or anything. I'm pretty sure it'll have the parts. I don't think it'll. Let's see here. How do I do this?
What channel?
Play this video for a second.
And abusing them. There's always been that war. We go back into ancient history. There's always been that few that exploit the many. And it may not ever stop. I don't know.
And it's always been through ignorance.
Yeah, it's always been used to ignorance.
The parasite is always weaker than the host.
That's it. But I got a theory about why it's happening like this and why it will always happen. But that's just my personal spiritual belief. Now, here's a classic example of how symbols are used in churches. Now watch this. We have a cross and the crown in Christianity.
Yeah, Christ is King.
Here it is again on the Bible, the cross
symbol.
and the crown. It's on the Holy Bible, okay? Here in that book again of Freemasonry, we will see the cross and the crown. Okay? Now, keeping in mind you've got the Bible here and the cross and the crown there, and this is from that encyclopedia on Freemasonry, remember? Okay. Here we have the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, first, second, and third degree. That's why when you go into a court, they're going to give you the 3rd degree.
Yeah.
Now, over here you got the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. Here is the Royal Arch Mason, or the Mark Mason. It's called Mark Mason, a Royal Arch Mason with the triangle and the circle. Then you got the Order of the Red Cross. So when you hear about the Red Cross doing this and the Red Cross doing that, and give money to the Red Cross, just remember, when you give money to the Red Cross, who you're giving it to? You're giving it to the York Rite Freemasons in New York. Yeah, and they need your money like they need another hole in the head.
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell's
Red Cross owned one of the, they manufacture one of the most well-known sniper rifles in the world.
Oh, really?
Single arms in Sweden.
The Red Cross?
Red Cross owned it.
Well, that's great. That makes me feel warm all over. Yeah. That's it. That's the twin Felix.
Yeah, the twin Felix.
Coming and going, they're going to get you. Now, up here we have the York Rite of Freemasonry from New York, or York, England, okay? Now, here is the symbol, the highest you can go in the York Rite, okay? You see, this is the Scottish Rite, and this is the York Rite. The Scottish Rite has 33 degrees. That's because Jesus supposedly died at 33. That's why it has 33rd degree.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the York Rite, the highest you can go in the York Rite, is called the Order of Knights Templar of the York Rite Freemasonry, okay? What is that symbol? That's the cross and the crown. You've already seen it on the front of the blue book on Freemasonry. Now remember that, cross and the crown, and remember it's the York Rite Freemasonry. Here it is again, the book called Pilgrimage to Virginia of the Knights Templars. And what do you see? Star of David with the Masonic handshake. And over here, the cross and the crown. We're talking about the Knights Templars. The cross and the crown of Freemasonry. Here on Jehovah's Witnesses, the Watchtower, you'll see up here in the corner, there's a sun rising. Yeah, that's it. There it is. And here's the sun rising over the mountain with the cross and the crown. Here's the Cross and the Crown Lutheran Church. Here is the Cross and the Crown and magazines. Here's the minister with this Cross and the Crown on the red cloth, the Cross and the Crown. Yeah, there he is. This nice all-American boy serving the Rothschild of the Red Shield on the Cross and the Crown, and everybody going to church thinking they're worshiping the Lord. And they are, Lord Rothschild.
No.
The landlord. Here's Christian Science. Christian Science, and their symbol is the cross and the crown.
He's definitely done a lot of homework. It probably gets pretty boring. Yeah, see, they're using all
It's everywhere. Here it is. Using as a wedding band, simply as a testimony of your commitment to Christ. And there you see the cross and the crown.
Oh.
There it is again. Now here is the Methodist Hospital of Southern California, and there he is, Methodist Hospital. That's why the Knights Hospitallers, they call them the Knights Hospitallers. Again, you have the cross and the crown. Here is a church in Van Nuys in California by me, the Community Bible Church. And this little circle right here, there it is, 12 signs of the zodiac, and in the middle there's the cross and the crown. Now here's the Santa Anita Apostolic Church. Santa Anita Apostolic Church, and there it is, cross and the crown. Here it is again. Here it is again up here at the top, see it? So people going into church, they think all that is so holy. They better look up here. You better see who it's, better see what they're doing here.
Okay.
Now, Here is something called the 90 and the 60 degree square of Freemasonry. I never do get these right. There's a 90 and a 60 degree. Anyway, this is the square of Freemasonry. Okay, there's the I in the dollar bill. But anyway, here is the square of Freemasonry. But around their necks, they're wearing squares also. See the Freemasons wearing the squares around the neck?
How come we got all them different symbols up there at the top, like the shrine?
Yeah.
The following program deals with controversial subjects. The theories.
Okay. I mean, there's legitimate concerns established here, but I mean, this is an example of eisegesis to a certain degree because, I mean, what Donut does on Donut's podcast, reading into something, too much information that not necessarily applies to the
second shift. They all use the Masons.
I made 2 flights with my commander, and third flight.
I understand that. And, you know, but you can't brand X, Y, and Z just because they happen to use the same thing. Like, I don't know, that's going too far.
Sometimes, though, the occultists from pilots in the military
who claim to have had contact
I
with UFOs.
understand that, too.
Unfortunately, these reports remain
stories
unconfirmed
like that,
because the pilots are reluctant to come forward. But now, one former military pilot is talking. In Russia, Maxim Cherbakov
totally.
been fired on by an alien
But
spacecraft.
I just hate when people read too much into, you know, it's eisegesis. I mean, if you study hermeneutics, you got to differentiate between eisegesis and exegesis.
At 19, Cherbakov was one of the rising stars.
I know. I agree with you. Totally, I agree with you.
His flying record was impeccable until August 1991.
So this is
this
video's
he had strange
show
mechanical
Remo
malfunctions
about
in his jet aircraft.
and
On one occasion, he was forced to
my
eject.
toes.
An investigation of that incident concluded that Cherbakov had acted calmly and rationally. But 12 days later, a third incident would change Cherbakov's life forever.
Major stubble line in a Remo interview after it goes over this.
I made 2 flights with my commander,
that he had or
and
whatever.
third flight I made on my own.
Give me a brief
I gained
history
an
of Stumbleline. I
3,900
totally forget.
meters.
I know his name and
He was involved with psyops.
Then suddenly,
Okay.
I saw a ball in front of me,
spirit,
about 20
science,
degrees to the right.
military.
He watched the object for several seconds.
Okay.
Then, as it came toward
the
him,
men that stare
Cherbakov
go
tried to radio the base.
Okay,
The
that's
light from the UFO was blinding.
Yeah,
A sense
so
of unexplainable
he basically
fear came over
sees
me.
the
At
UFO.
the back of my head, I began experiencing warmth.
I'm assuming he's
Felt
like a
as if
Russian
someone
pilot
was
or something.
present and watching.
Yeah,
My
all
movements were
bullshit.
under control,
Total bullshit.
controlled by someone other than
Well,
me.
there's all sorts of pilots from all around the world that
Cherbakov claims the reddish-yellow object
I know,
started maneuvering
but what
around
are
the
they
aircraft.
saying,
For several
actually?
minutes, it kept up with the jet's airspeed and mimicked its movements.
Foo Fighters.
During that
Do you
time,
remember where
Cherbakov
Foo
was
Fighters
unable to
comes from?
communicate with his base
World War
commander.
II.
The radio
Totally.
emitted only a squealing
Yeah.
sound.
And the Nazis
Pilot
launched
Cherbakov's
these
description of the UFO moving relative to his own airplane is really
prototypical
quite common.
experimental objects
Documented over
and
3,000 pilot
totally.
sightings of UFOs.
I think
I
that
mean-
the
There are
modern Foo
thousands
Fighters
and
are coming out
thousands of
Area
cases
51.
of pilots in daylight
Mm.
encounters
Yeah.
with structured objects.
Have you ever read
in the sense of having
W.A.
three-dimensional maps,
Harbison's
in the sense of having
Project
aerodynamic
Saucer?
kinds of,
He wrote 5
flight
books
behavior
on
relative to the
Project
aircraft.
Saucer.
And so what he describes
he
here
spelled
fits in very
project
nicely
with the
to what I have from
K.
hundreds of other pilots around the world.
Totally amazing books.
Suddenly, in
And
rapid-fire succession,
he talked about
the
how the
generator in
Nazis went to
Cherbakov's jet failed.
Antarctica
The instruments
and
indicated a fire on board,
established this
and the
base in
cockpit filled with
Antarctica.
smoke.
Yeah.
They
The
were
base commander
having
ordered Cherbakov to
relations in Argentina.
I began
They
arguing
were
with the commander because the
flying
plane
their
was still above
saucers.
the residential area.
It was a great,
My altitude
great
began
book,
to drop rapidly.
great series of
I
books.
had to pull the plane out of a nosedive.
All fiction,
At the
but
altitude
based
of
on
1,000
reality.
meters, I
Yeah.
finally cleared the residential area and I ejected. 4 seconds later, the
I think that
plane
guy's
exploded.
French. He had to pull the jet out of a nosedive.
Cherbakov landed safely in a field and was rescued an
He
hour
said it
later
like
by a military
Christian.
helicopter. While officials combed the wreckage of the jet, Cherbakov was examined at a military hospital. An intensive 3-day interrogation followed.
Totally.
The interrogation was conducted with a sense of total distrust toward me. Right
I
from
don't
the start, they
think so.
told me that the
No.
first, the second, and now the third incident is all your own doing.
Cherbakov was also interrogated by the KGB, who did not believe his
So,
story
have
and
you ever-
charged him with insubordination and sabotage.
Have you
of the
ever heard of
International
the
Terrorism
Canadian
Act. Cherbakov
Avro
claims the KGB threatened that if he
aircraft?
did not tell the truth,
that
he would be brought to
was
trial, found
it
guilty
was
of
the first
terrorism, and shot
aircraft
by
to
a
break
firing
the
squad.
sound barrier,
Vladimir
and
Azhaja heads
they
the Russian Center
discontinued
the
it
Study
for
of
some reason.
UFOs, housed in the Ministry of the Interior in Moscow. Dr. Azhaja is considered
No,
one of the world's
the
foremost
Americans
experts on
stopped
UFO
it.
phenomena and has studied Cherbakov's case.
Oh, I see.
Well,
They concluded that Maxim has a normal, healthy psyche and is not inclined to fantasies.
Retired Major General Albert Stubbleblind is a former commanding general of U.S. Army intelligence.
Vladimir
He witnessed and
Azhaja.
documented a hypnosis session conducted with Cherbakov by an American psychiatrist.
Hey, that looks like
she
what's
was
his
taking
name?
him into the trance. He changed from this
Looks like
terrorized,
not
fear-ridden kid
Lloyd Bridges, but what's his
into
name?
a pilot.
The guy from
sitting in the cockpit, sitting in the seat, sitting with the controls,
Mission Impossible.
relating
Is that the
what
guy
was going on. There was a change in the individual.
from the old TV
Anybody
series?
can fabricate.
Yeah.
Right here.
The question is, was he fabricating?
I don't
He
think
struck
this
me
is
as a
the right
person
interview.
who, in that situation, was not fabricating.
No, 'cause she was sitting in a
Whatever it
different
was that he
chair.
was saying, he truly
That name,
believed
I think it's
had
something
happened.
Oh, Rima Leba.
Maxime
Yeah,
really
I've heard of
believed
her.
he had not done
Yeah.
anything wrong. In fact,
she's
had done
married
the
to that
right
guy.
thing.
Wow.
And desperately wanted
And then they
this
moved to
sorted out.
Peru or some shit.
Although affidavits to that effect were presented at his court-martial hearing, the
they were
court
on,
still blamed Cherbakov for the destruction of his aircraft. But the military prosecutor admits that some of the evidence of
Yeah,
Cherbakov's
Jesse
innocence
Ventura's
was very convincing.
From the beginning, I had doubts about the truthfulness of Cherbakov's statement, but after questioning.
Okay, back to this.
An encyclopedia. These are all the different Masonic lodges on the different continents.
What is it?
Go back to the fourth one, the triangle and the circle.
Ugly face.
All of our bottles and food and everything now has that. Even the football players' jerseys have that. So that means that
I told you
Totally
that was the symbol of York Rite.
HQ2BD.
Freemasonry.
It's very interesting that any information even exists to corroborate. Totally. I mean,
everything
it's
doesn't
so
have
hard
it,
to
but most
corroborate
things
shit.
And most likely,
But we
before the year
can
2000,
corroborate a
everything's going to have
significant
it.
amount.
See, they're
So
starting
don't give up hope.
little by little to adding it this, add it to that, add it to this.
Bologna slice.
Yeah, and then next week they add it to this, and next week they add it to that. And before you know it,
4,000
one day you're going to wake
screams
up
for
and you can't even go to the
attention.
bathroom because it's in a triangle and a
I
circle
don't know,
everywhere.
Jonathan.
You
what
walk
are you
into any
talking about?
He's talking about the
restrooms and in the restaurants, they're all triangles and circles.
So they have a
He claims
closing,
triangle and circles the mark.
by 1, 2, 3 in order what they want to put it on.
Well, I don't know.
They're choosing it
Not that I
randomly
believe
or-
that.
No, I don't think nothing is happening random. No, nothing happens random.
They own the establishment.
People,
They control them.
if you're going to get up and high in anything, if you're not in masonry, you're not going to high.
That's it.
Go on these.
And if you're going to open up, if you're going to have a building, you're going to finance the building.
And you should go on these logos that are above the pillars and describe each one of them, detail each one of them. And,
Those are all subdivisions.
yeah, I mean, people need to know what the fuck
most of them,
those.
the Shriners is the only one I can think of that you need to be a 32nd degree. Maybe that one on the far right might be one similar. Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize some of them, but
Yeah, there's the star one, the females order. That second one is like kind of like the Lions Club or some shit. What is that at? Yeah, I can't see that far.
I know. Sorry.
Of a building.
Sorry.
And you get an architect. Architects are Freemasons. That's it. So if you're going to get money to build something, you got to get it from the bank. Banks are Freemasons. After you get the money, you're going to have architects build the building. Architects are Freemasons. You got to buy all the raw materials, the bricks and everything. That's who sells them, is Freemasons. Then you got to get people, the laborers that come out from the unions. That's Freemasonry. And when you get the check and take it down to the bank, that's Freemasonry. So the bottom line is, you ain't doing business in this country unless you do it with Freemasonry. That's it.
And he also forgets the palms of breathing.
The apron is the lamb's skin. It goes back to the lamb's skin. That's why when you graduate from college, you get the lamb's skin diploma. It's the lamb's skin. It goes back to Egypt. Anyway, there are two kinds of squares in Freemasonry. This is one square. I think this is the 90-degree square, and these are the 60-degree square. Okay, now I'm drawing attention to two kinds of squares. 90-degree and the 60-degree.
I think I would get the wrong...
Here's the 90-degree on the dollar bill, see? That's the 90-degree square. And that's this 90-degree square on the dollar bill. Now here it is. See the 90-degree square and 60-degree square. And that's connected to, of course, the Star of David. But check this out. You got 90-degree and the 60-degree square.
What's the significance of that?
Well, you'll see in just a minute. The difference between, now here is a 60-degree square, right? And see the Freemasons wearing the 60-degree square around their neck? That's why in the Olympics, when you win a gold medal, you put the 60-degree square.
What? Wow.
Then, over here, 60-degree square in Freemasonry. And here is the 90-degree and the 60-degree and the 90-degree and the church choirs. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I know. I know.
And so when you see, and you go in the churches and you see the choirs, and they're all singing, but all of them have the 60 and the 90-degree square.
Okay, come on. That's nice to Jesus.
And they're singing praises to the Lord.
Well, there's books.
Okay, this is too much.
I cannot find the...
And the Lord just happens to be the big penis.
These people don't.
Remember what I was saying, though, about all the other religions that don't have the quote-unquote sign of Jonah.
Yeah, but I mean, this is too much. I mean, do you think these people are actually participating in this bullshit? No, they're not. They're just being average Joes on the street. I mean, come on.
The thing is that
the symbology may be important.
Think of it more. Hold on. Think of the religious systems and secret societies more like machines. That each person is a piece or a cog in the machine, which makes the machine work.
Okay, let's watch Metropolis again. Let's watch Metropolis again. Yeah.
Well, let me try to bring on that Rima Labau article here. I'm pretty sure it was this one.
The following program deals with.
Pretty sure it was like near the end or something.
In a past, Sandy was taken
I
to a
mean,
mental
I mean,
hospital
these
for
are
observation.
symbolic representations. I agree totally. But I mean, are the individual participants? Are they
that lasted
aware of
several
this?
hours.
No, they're not.
They may be unaware
They're
of
not.
who or what of proving
And they're
whether
not
the forces of evil are
participants.
so great. Particularly Andy Mays during her exorcism.
Coming up in a special sightings report, NASA's search for extraterrestrial life officially begins. What are they really looking for, and what do they expect to find?
for a
the part of it was called future self.
A heart attack?
in a panic.
Well, you should check out Jamie's recent podcast with Dr. Zach Portman. They talked about this shit. Yeah.
It was a hot day, but this is certain. At the time of the interview, this is pretty sad. I could have sworn that was the right episode.
Now here we got the square within the Masonic circle, the square within the circle. Sometimes the circle's within the square, but usually it's the square within the circle. And here the three-ring circle and the square represents the universe. The square has four gates.
Maybe it's
divided
because
into four triangles.
I hope for the best in people, and I look for the best in people.
Which indicates the cosmic direction, the elements and the visible and invisible qualities of deity commanding the center.
You know, terrible people.
The square with four triangles within the circle.
And blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's my fault. I don't know.
Well, they're all just fools. They're not guilty of anything. They're just dupes in a big scheme.
Because I hate to label people as blah 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 when they totally don't know what's going on, and they're innocent bystanders, and maybe they're participating in a certain way, but I mean, they don't know what's going on. So I hate to criminalize them and say, you're a fucking asshole, blah, blah, blah. Because, the average Joe doesn't know anything about what's going on. He's totally clueless. He's totally clueless, and, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt and try to help him as much as you can. That's what I try to do. Yeah.
Okay, this has got to be the right one here. Let me just delete that other one. Well, I'll just put a question mark on it. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so this is a picture of an obelisk from above. It's got different squares and circles, symbols.
That's exactly what you get when you look down on the Washington Monument, is the triangle within the Masonic.
Theoretically, historically, has always been a symbol of the phallus. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Damn it.
Masonic circle. See? And they show you this way because you got the black triangle as opposed to the white triangle. You pull the two together, comes the Star of David within the Masonic circle.
What the fuck is this?
Here's the Kaaba, the black square. It's called in Freemasonry the perfect stone or the mystic cube. The mystic cube is a symbol of the Illuminati.
Yeah.
The truth cube or the mystic cube is called the perfect stone or the mystic
apparently
cube.
This was
it's connected to the Illuminati and the Freemasons. Again, it's the square.
Wherever.
The square within the circle.
They worship this
the square within the circle.
For some reason.
Now we got the little Masonic library has Mormons and Freemasonry. There's Mormons and Freemasonry. Mormon
and
church is nothing but
riots
Freemasonry.
That happen around it.
Mormons and Freemasonry. Mormons and Masonry.
W. Ravenscroft and
Freemasonry
Joseph,
and the Book of Mormons. Zion's Park. That's why you got Zion's National Park.
Cecil somebody.
The Great White Throne.
Yeah.
Zion's National Park. The Great White Throne. Yeah. Okay, again, we go back to the red rose, which is the Tudor rose of England. the symbol for world socialism.
I can understand that. Things falling from outer space that landed on Earth, if you call it outer space, we'll call it the skies. They thought it was a token from the gods. So, yeah, I understand MMHQ 2BD. Yeah, totally. Because it was a token from the gods, you know, that the gods were involved in Earth to a certain degree. Yeah.
Oh, where's my camera at? Okay, yeah, so I think I found the video. Right
now here's the Queen of England with some pornographer or murderer or something. I don't know who he is. All the above. Some drug pusher or something. Oh yeah, they both are. But he's proud to show you his red rose.
Oh, yes, nice.
The red rose of communism.
Here's Castro with his rose. It looks a little wilted.
Yeah,
but so is his country.
I think that's hyperbolic because I mean,
remember
back in British history, the War of the Roses, the white versus the red roses.
Here was the Communist Party chief that Yeltsin overthrew. And there he is with his red rose. Here is the guy called the Butcher of the Balkans. There he is waving his red rose for world socialism.
Soviet coup leaders go to trial.
And then here's Clinton in front of a poster at the White House in the Time magazine. Time magazine has Clinton posing in front of a poster, and see what he has in his left hand.
Yeah, that red rose is supposed to symbolize socialism? It's supposed to symbolize socialism?
He's got a red rose.
Yeah, that's what the red rose symbolizes.
He goes over that as well.
Yeah, that's Clinton is.
Communist Party boss. Symbolizes world.
Soften up the message.
Yeah. Goes back to the red Rosicrucianism. It's called.
Another sign to let everybody know that he's on their side.
Exactly. That's a little symbol to let everybody know. All the big shots in the world will know that he has taken over the Oval Office for the British Israel World Federation of Freemasonry, the World Socialist.
In other words, he's
well, the Fabian.
While you're looking at Clinton, what's the significance of the drive-by shootings? Was he messing up and they had to send him a subtle message?
Fabians are just sloppy.
It could be that it could be some of the opposing parties don't like him. Who knows? No, I'm sure it's not the people.
The White House, they shot at it with an SKS, and that's the rifle that they want to take away because the country's been flooded with SKS.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes more sense than.
And Gore came on the next side talking about gun control. So, by the way, the gun that the gunman used was an SKS automatic.
Yeah, okay, well that makes sense to me.
And the one that went in with the airplane, they were both in the same outfit.
Okay, so that connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't even speak.
He wants to get the rose.
No, wait a minute now. That's just a goof, or you think that means something?
There ain't nothing happening.
Nothing happening by chance. When you understand that the tobacco companies in this country are owned by the British, the English owners, they have always been the back east. I mean, yeah, I'm back east now. There's always been the British who own the tobacco plantations. That's why we have the pyramids now on the Mississippi. Because the Mississippi is the new Nile, or America's the new Egypt, and Mississippi is the new Nile. That's why you got all those different cities on the Nile that are now on the Mississippi, like Memphis and Tupelo. Yeah. Because America is the new Egypt.
Oh,
the secret societies of Freemasonry call America the new Egypt, with the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill and the Washington Monument.
With your flagship.
Here's the pyramid at the Louvre Museum. Arco is the pyramid with the Arco is the pyramid from above with no capstone. Goes back to Jason and the Argonauts. Right. I'll go past this. Now we get to the, there again we have the rising sun symbol again. The rising sun on the shell. The double square of Freemasonry. Here we got an intertwining, the interweaving of order and disorder. 90-degree and the 45-degree angles, which ultimately create a harmonious design. So you got the double square of Freemasonry. Here it is again. There's the double square, order and disorder.
Chevron of Trinity? Chevron?
Yeah. You'll see that in a minute. Here it is again, the double square in Parliament in England. Remember, the double square symbolizes bringing order and disorder. There she is, the Queen. On her crown, she's wearing the Knights of Malta cross, the square, the double, it's the square, but it's the Maltese cross. Here's the double cross of Eastern Orthodox religion, the double cross. Yeah. Double. Then we got the mystic star, the seven-pointed star. There's a seven-pointed star, 7 points. Here it is again, Masonic Orders of Fraternity with the mystic star. The Golden Dawn Enochian magic of England uses a seven-pointed star. Highway Patrol uses a seven-pointed star. Police departments use a seven-pointed star.
That looks like the fucking
There's something called the origin and significance of the Magen David. The origin and significance of the Star of David.
The
Star of David goes back to Jerusalem with the cult of the planet Saturn. I told you one of the ancient cults in Jerusalem was the planet Saturn. They worshipped the planet Saturn, and consequently all the women were supposed to listen to their god Saturn. So they would wear the Saturnalian ring, the ear ring. And men were supposed to get married before their god, so they would wear their wedding ring. Kings were to be crowned by the god Saturn, so they wear the round crown of the ring of Saturn. Here's the symbol of the sun in the ancient Hindu. The ancient Hindu symbol of the sun. And that's the Star of David in the circle. So the Jews can't tell me that that's the Star of David. No, that's a Hindu. It's around thousands of years before David. Yeah, before David was. Here's the Los Angeles, the Century City, the ABC Towers over here. You see the two towers are triangles pointed in.
One of Atlantis got
Yeah, boy. It's just crawling with stuff, man. Just crawling with triangles and circles and circle in the triangle, huh? Oh, no, here, Atlanta. But this is in LA. But the point is, this is ABC Towers. This is ABC television. And the two towers, the ABC...
Nothing's allowed on...
See, towers are triangles pointed together. So when you bring the two together, it comes the Star of David.
ABC,
Now,
American,
here you have the
five-pointed
pentagram. Penta means 5. So you have the 5-pointed pentagram. If you take the arms off of the 5-pointed star, take the arms off, in the middle you got a pentagon. The 5-pointed star is a pentagram, and take the arms off, it's a pentagon. That's why the United States has a pentagon.
And one of the biggest defense contractors is Chrysler.
Is Chrysler, and that's why they can use the pentagon as their symbol on Chrysler.
Chrysler or Dodge?
Because they are the biggest contractor for the Pentagon as Chrysler. Precisely, exactly. Federal government. Federal government bailed Chrysler out because now they own them. Because the Constitution says anything that the federal government finances, it must control. So therefore, when they made sure that Chrysler went broke so that they could come in and finance them and buy them out.
That's why they shut down Tucker, the car company.
The federal, Chrysler does not have to charge the federal government for all those tanks and half-tracks and Jeeps in case of another war. The federal government's already bought Chrysler. That's right, so they let Lee Iacocca build it back up and give him his money for going along to get along. Now, generally, the inverted pentagram is regarded as representing evil. The inverted with the point pointing down. Generally, the one that has the point pointing down is the inverted pentagram is regarded as representing evil. Okay? That's Anton LaVey, the head of the Satanist Church. Here it is again. The devil with the inverted pentagram pointing down. Oh, it's a bee, a beetle, or bee or something, yeah. Fly, yeah. That's right, it goes back to Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies.
Okay, what is that, 15, the devil?
Like that movie? 15?
That's the number of the card.
Yeah, Lord of the Flies.
But the point I'm making.
Well, you remember in the movie, though, that the one tribe became vegans and became intellectuals, and the other tribe became savages and ate meat. And it was symbology of the two gods.
Wow. I did not know that. I've got the book, but I haven't read. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the symbology of the upper and the lower nature.
I'm an asshole. I haven't read it. It's one of the few books I haven't read.
Well, then they eat that pig. It's all symbolic. They put the pig's head on the stake.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could go over the whole movie. There's so many books that mention stuff like that where it's crazy. It's like, man, because I never seen it, and like I've seen that movie fucking at least like 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
And, like, then when I only noticed this a couple of years ago.
At least I read Catcher in the Rye. I've read that. I confess that.
What is this surreal story about that?
Well, I mean, everybody that's implicated in conspiracy, blah blah blah, has read Catcher in the Rye. I mean, conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I know, but I've never actually read it. What is in the story? Is there anything esoteric or?
It's a weird story about a guy that tries to delineate his life outside of the norms of society. I mean, it's not that complicated.
Yeah, is there any surrealism or anything in it?
Yeah, a certain degree, because Catcher in the Rye is about people walking through the field and somebody catching him in the rye. Yeah, it's a weird book, but I mean, come on, people. Fuck.
Is there any sort of like weird traumatic scenes in the book or anything?
No, I don't think so. No.
What would drive?
But I mean, why was that the book that guy that killed John Lennon, and why was it in Mel Gibson's Conspiracy Theory? Every time he bought the book, he got doxxed.
Yeah, well, Cooper said the real Catcher in the Rye was the Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky.
No.
Well, he says that.
It isn't even explained in the book. No.
No, I mean, you don't understand. He says that the Catcher in the Rye story was to throw people off.
Well, if you've read The Manchurian Candidate by Condon, and he talks about the Queen of Diamonds or whatever.
Queen of Spades or something.
No, it was the Queen of Diamonds.
Oh, yeah, I remember what it was.
Catcher in the Rye is a similar thing. Yeah, Catcher in the Rye is a similar thing. It's all.
Cooper was always saying weird stuff, where it's like he wasn't saying that the book. He was saying that the idea of the book being the book that was causing the madness was actually a different book, and that he was saying that the book that it really was the Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky was making the people insane because they were believing it.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was really weird because I never heard anybody say that.
Shit, I got to reread that book because I read it, tons of years ago. Yeah. But the Catcher in the Rye, I mean, you read Catcher in the Rye, it's a dystopian, whatever type of book. And, it hits certain key points, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't. It doesn't. I think it was used by MK Ultra in order to trigger people.
But in the case of Connie Smith,
in a Manchurian Candidate type of way, so that they fuck up. Yeah, totally.
Like I've been up all night, yet I got an 8-hour.
I mean, read the book yourself.
I sat down on the couch. And I looked
it's
down
not
and
that great a book.
Just above my
He's a
knee.
shitty writer. He's a shitty writer.
There was no pain to it. You could poke
I don't like his writing.
And then I had a little pain in my belly button.
Interviews. Wait, there she is.
Surprisingly, she
poke at it, and there was no
26 minutes.
Exist where they don't.
Okay, I think
if I could see her belly button, and I checked, and she had the same thing as I did.
Nothing in my psychiatric education, nothing in medical school, made me an expert on ufology and extraterrestrials. They either exist or they don't exist. They either abduct people or they don't abduct people.
Oh,
somebody comes to me as a clinician.
I asked if
exist or they don't exist. They abduct people or they don't abduct people. But that's not the issue. When somebody comes to me as a clinician, my job is to help them.
I just kind of kick it out. I just kind of inside
them come to a point of comfort with their own experience. Come to.
I asked if I could see her belly button, and I checked, and she had the
her
same
belly
thing
button.
as I did.
I'd like to see her belly button.
All right, be quiet.
I'd love to see her belly button.
Oh, that.
They either exist or they don't exist. They either abduct people or they don't abduct people. But that's not the issue. When somebody comes to me as a clinician, my job is to help them come to a point of comfort with their own experience.
Dr. Rima Lebo believes hypnotherapy may be unduly influencing alleged abductees. She uses biofeedback to achieve similar states of relaxation. Surprisingly, she's hearing the same kinds of abduction stories that have been reported by hypnotherapists.
They appear to have been overwhelmed by an episode outside their own control and making, which leaves them in a post-traumatic state. That's very interesting. Either there's something very special about this fantasy that causes...
Okay, so she's saying...
No, you've read Jacques Vallée, you've read Johnny Keel. I mean, these people have talked about these abductions and whatever
Yeah, but hold on. You got to understand what I'm getting at. That last thing she just said about how the post-traumatic state.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
No.
Total
Let me
bullshit.
replay it real quick. Hold on. You got to
It's
rehear it.
all total bullshit.
No. It's part of the hypnosis.
Yeah,
hold on.
hypnosis. Yeah.
8 hours sleep.
Damn it! I went too far.
I sat down on the couch, and
them come to a point of comfort with their own experience.
Dr. Rima
Okay,
Lebo
after
believes
she
hypnosis
goes
may be
back. Hold on, wait. When she goes back on, listen really carefully.
She uses biofeedback to achieve similar states of relaxation.
Biofeedback.
Surprisingly,
You
she's
like
understand
Scientology.
Abduction stories that
Hold on,
have been
wait.
reported by hypnotherapists.
They appear to have been overwhelmed by an episode outside their own control and making, which leaves them in a post-traumatic state. That's very interesting. Either there's something very special.
So something that's.
Understand
hold
what
on. You gotta understand the
biofeedback
psychology.
is?
Hold on.
Biofeedback.
Hold on.
It's a total bullshit thing.
Hold on. It's not about the biofeedback thing. It's what the last thing she said. She said, some kind of factor was uncontrolled in their life or something, and then it put them into a post-hypnotic state. Or I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me rewind it again.
Post-hypnotic?
She uses biofeedback to achieve similar states of relaxation. Surprisingly, she's hearing the same kinds of abduction stories that have been reported by hypnotherapists.
They appear to have been overwhelmed by an episode outside their own control and making, which leaves them in a post-traumatic state. That's
okay. Post-traumatic.
Yeah, which leaves them permanently in a post-traumatic state.
And you've understood. I mean, you've researched all this bullshit. Come on. I know you have.
Hold on. You're not understanding what I'm getting at.
You've researched.
Hold on.
No.
She hold on. You don't know what I'm getting at here. I think that she was possibly I think that she could be on the dark side. I think that
totally.
could be on the dark
totally
side.
On the dark side.
That they could be part of some kind of hypnosis program or something. That they may be studying it, but also re-hypnotizing the person to cover up some kind of conspiracy.
Yeah, totally.
Either there's something very special about this
and
fantasy.
that's what I was talking about. I mean, if you go back and research all this bullshit,
hold on, let me get to it real quick.
Totally fabricated.
Well, that's bullshit. The thing. When they do the initiations into the secret societies, they're put into a state where they what she's talking about, that there's something outside of their power, because they're seeking light. Remember, there's something outside of their power that they're trying to attain, and that they become through the initiations in a post traumatic state, which is then where their brains are malleable for the hypnosis.
Yeah, but I think you're being too sympathetic to the powers that be.
I'm talking about psychology here.
Yeah, I think you're being too sympathetic to psychology.
No, I've studied psychology in college.
Psychology is bullshit.
Well, that's just because you're not understanding what's going on. That they're using
systems.
I
do. I understand.
They're using systems of secret societies to keep people in post-traumatic states, as well as
you think
somehow using movies.
You think their testimonies are true? Like, fuck off.
Well, I think she's speaking in half-truths. I think that she knows more than what she's saying.
Yeah, half-truths. Okay, that's better. Yeah.
Well, because that's the thing. It's like they're studying this phenomenon, and these people are like scarred from these experiences, and that they don't.
Yeah, and how do you think these experiences happened?
Well, I mean, that's what's weird. I mean, if the occult's really connected to some sort of spiritual entity.
Not occult. I think that some of these experiences happen through actual physical actuality. Yeah.
Well, they might have like seen something that they shouldn't, or something, have been brainwashed to unsee it, and then
Okay, you're totally right, and I agree.
Yeah, like the hypnosis, well, I'm not trying to be right, I'm just trying to speculate.
No, you're right. You're right. Because it's all bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's what's weird is that she marries that dude. Was he her handler? You know what I mean? Like,
wow, I didn't know that she married her handler. Well, I mean, that's typical. What could be more typical? Like, holy shit. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, think about it.
I mean, come on, people, wake up. Fuck.
That's your battle cry.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, well, let's try to listen to the rest.
Otherwise does not occur.
Abductees. She
Okay.
uses biofeedback to achieve similar states of relaxation. Surprisingly, she's hearing the same kinds of abduction stories that have been reported by hypnotherapists.
They appear to have been overwhelmed by an episode outside their own control and making, which leaves them in a post-traumatic state. That's very interesting. Either there's something very special about this fantasy that causes what otherwise does not occur, or it's not a fantasy.
This was the craft I saw in 1973 out in the backyard. This is pretty much what it looked like.
Brian Koski says his abduction was not a fantasy. He has vivid recollections of being aboard alien spacecraft.
Comes back on.
Oh,
these little silver panels
listen to this bitch. He's so full of shit.
Calm down.
Oh,
they seem to do their navigation from.
So the question is, was that brainwashed into the guy? Did he really see it, or was he
totally brainwashed?
And
totally hypnotized. I've been hypnotized. Whoa. Whoa.
Something has happened to me, but I was in extreme denial.
They can't tell the difference between whether it was a memory or a real event, or whether it was imagination. And this is the problem.
Kurt had been troubled by periods of missing time. He remembers several episodes of coming to on his porch, not knowing how or when he'd gotten there.
The alien cult.
Kurt filled in the missing time.
I mean, do you seriously believe these people? Like they're full of total shit.
Well, I'm not saying that I believe them. I'm saying they're victims.
It's unlike anything I have
I don't know what it is, but
or have since seen.
Well, actually, they had
approximately 5 foot
they
tall.
had experiences.
I call it kind of a pillowy,
blah blah
liquid
blah.
Kind of
but I mean,
being.
they're
no
totally fucked in the
head. The only thing that even
they're totally cuckoo asshole.
Raggedy Ann doll eyes that had in the area that looked like his head.
Fuck off.
Other than that,
who's this
unlike anything
I can't stand him.
Keith Thompson is the author of Angels and Aliens, a book that tries to delineate between myth, imagination, and reality in the abduction phenomenon. Although he remains grounded in the laws of physics, Thompson still keeps an open mind.
She comes back on.
I believe they've had experiences of a reality that is somehow both part of our reality and then Kentucky.
I don't think she comes on again.
Living quarters. So there were a lot of things.
I mean, how could you?
Combinations
how could you?
It'll be an exclusive
part of what you learn.
How could you even contemplate these idiots? I mean, these are total idiots.
But that's the thing, though.
They're totally delusional. They've got fucking brain problems
Here is that
I can't even explain.
That's the thing, though, is that I wouldn't even bother looking at it if Dr. Rima Laban wasn't involved in it. Because she could have been a psyop with the Codex Alimentarius. She could have already been a psyop.
Yeah, and that's a telltale sign, because people that delve into this type of stuff, they have no basis in reality.
Well, I mean, that's the question, though. Also, is if say she was under the hypnosis back then, what if, or I don't know, the whole thing is just so fishy. It's all very fishy.
I know, and that's what I'm telling you. If people don't have a fucking basis in a certain form of reality, they're gonna fall for all this bullshit. And come on, people, come on, wake up, get real. Like, come on.
Well, I mean,
I don't understand how people are so fucked in their heads. I mean, they're totally fucked.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is that
sorry for the
people?
F word.
Well, you understand, it's the people may have been victims of something, and that
Yeah,
we don't know
they
what it
may have
is.
been victims. I agree. They may have been victims, but wake up. Come
Well, that's what
on.
I'm saying about,
Do you not have any common sense in your fucking...
Well, one of my friends, though, he's got the voices in his head, and fucking, it's like, he, I don't know what the fuck happened to him, but something weird happened to him. Fucking, his parents were in the military, and that I think that the phenomenon of the alien abduction phenomenon of it happening to people whose parents were in the military, I think there's some kind of a correlation to that. I'm not sure what it is, but
well, I mean,
somehow it's connected.
look back at what happened in Beverly Hills. What is it called? Laurel Canyon. Look what happened in Laurel Canyon, and all those people that were psyched out. Yeah, and I mean, read Dave McGowan's book on Laurel Canyon, shit like that.
Inverted
Come on,
pentagram is
people.
regarded
Wake
as
up!
representing evil.
Come on!
Pointing
You
down.
gotta fucking get a real
Now here
grip
in New
on
York, at the first synagogue
reality and
of the congregation of
find out
B'nai
what
B'rith
the fuck's
in New
going
York,
on. Come on,
you'll see
people.
Look at
Wake up!
pentagram.
No fucking pentagram.
yeah, the B'nai B'rith congregation.
I mean,
in New
be
York.
aware of the pentagram. Be aware of the pentagram, but fuck the pentagram.
Now here is the Sovereign Grand Commander's flag of Freemasonry.
In the real
the Mother
world.
Lodge.
In the real
and on it
world.
You will see Ordo out
I
of chaos,
got weed on my face.
which is translated order out of chaos.
I gotta put some rubber alcohol on my face.
Order means you've got control. That's why in the television show Get Smart, remember Get Smart? And the two sides in Get Smart, one was chaos and one was control. Because that's the way you get control, is causing chaos.
That's why we have chaos now.
That's right, you got chaos. Well, you have chaos because the government wants it.
Right.
So that they can come in and get control. See, they start the riot. They pay the rioters to start the riot, then they got to come in and put it down. Right. That thing in that thing in Los Angeles, that riot, that was all financed by the government. Anyway, you always get the order out of chaos. 33rd degree, of course, is because Jesus was said to have died at 33. There's no wrong with that. From chaos to control. And that was the two sides in Get Smart, chaos and control. Here's a magazine, a book on Freemasonry in Europe, the European Masonic Orders.
MMH.
And here they are, the different orders of Freemasonry in Europe. And up here you will see the two symbolic headdresses.
Why shut up?
Same headdress that the High Priest of Israel is wearing, is the same headdress here.
Okay, I'll shut up.
And here's the Pope,
Calm down.
who is one of
I'm not.
one of the orders of Freemasonry. All these different orders, and here's the Pope.
You're cool. Relax. No worry.
Here he is.
No. I hope
With
that
the
face
dagger.
doesn't break out in hives.
And the all seeing eye.
Itchy as fuck.
Why the fuck
Here's
is
something
this
called the
shut
Chapter
up and
Jewels, taken out of a
Calm
reference
down.
book on Freemasonry. And the High Priest jewel of Freemasonry, the High Priest jewel, is the papacy, the Pope's headdress. He is the High Priest of Freemasonry. Here's the Jewish High Priest, or the Hebrew High Priest, and you will see him holding the fleur-de-lis in his hand, the fleur-de-lis, and wearing the Pope's
Nobody
headdress.
likes me. Nobody likes me.
Why would the Hebrew High Priest be
smoking.
wearing the Pope's headdress? Well, the same reason why the Pope wears the yarmulke.
Yeah, why does the Pope
Here
wear
is,
the yarmulke? Hello?
A apron, right,
Because
from
he's a
Freemasonry.
fucking tackling.
And there's the Pope on the apron,
The Masonic stuff.
No,
with the others who are wearing the black square on their heads. That's when you graduate, you wear the black
All the
square.
religions. Masons make it all the religions.
So when you graduate, you wear that black
They don't
square
like
on
the
your
idea
head.
that all religions-
That's because the brick masons, the plasterers and the brick masons use something called a, what do you call it? The trial and square.
Love you.
But you don't have to go. You're cool. Calm down. The
Yeah,
criticism isn't a big deal.
Yeah, but MMHQ says shut up, Harry. So
Well, no, you're good. Don't worry. Calm down. All right, let's get back.
Trial and square. And the square, they hold in their hand and put the cement on. They take the trial and put the mud on the wall. So when they're building a wall, they use that square. And there's a black square. That's what the black square you wear on your head when you graduate. Because the colleges and universities are run, financed, organized, and directed by Freemasons. That's right, the martyr board. You wear it on your head. Well, and then when you find out who owns Coca-Cola.
Merry Christmas.
That's it. And there's the Pope up there with him. And then you got the Royal Arch. Now here it is. This is the Royal
I want
Arch.
to bring up a point real quick. Remember that lady earlier? She mentioned the KGB being hired by all those companies. I said this last night too. That Coca-Cola, which is like a CIA Nazi company, was hiring KGB. I wonder why. It's the same with that Kurt Waldheim thing with the UN and the commies, and Kurt Waldheim was Nazi.
well, I like Kurt Waldheim, but I don't like Coca-Cola.
Well, remember though, Kurt Waldheim sent a map to outer space for the aliens in the Viking 1 orbiter.
Yeah, but he was pro Germany, and I like.
Well,
him.
so I wanted to bring up the I forgot to bring this up on JJ's. Arnold Schwarzenegger's father, an SS Nazi, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger does a talk at Bohemian Grove.
Hello,
Bohemian Grove.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's turned into a fucking Nazi, fucking left-wing asshole.
Oh. Well, I think he always was one. I mean, that's what I found about this Asha Shafaraya. It was an Aryan thing that was parallel to the Bohemian Society. Asha Shafaraya.
I never heard of him.
It's interesting because I seen Jay Dyer mention the Shafaraya in his book, but he didn't mention the Asha Shafaraya, which were the Aryan sect, which I think turned into Bohemian Grove, or was parallel.
Wow, I did not know.
Like, so the Shafaraya was the Hebrew sect, and the Ashafari was ignored. And it's like, well, what the fuck? They're obviously
I gotta take a piss. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'll mute you and turn you off for a second.
Chapter of Freemasonry. Note the headdress of the principles, the Royal Arch chapter. Okay, there he is. That's why you have 6 stones on one side and 6 stones on the other. And this stone here is the keystone. It's right in the middle. And it's called, in any arch, you always have the same amount of stones on one side as the same amount on the other, and then you have one in the middle that holds it together. And that one in the middle is called the keystone. And it is the keystone for the arch. That's why Pennsylvania is called the Keystone State, because it's the 13th colony. There were 6, and 6 is 12, and the one in the middle makes 13, and it was the Keystone State. So it was the keystone for the Royal Arch Chapter Masons who founded the whole thing. So when you get back to the Eye of God overseeing the Star of David, you're talking about the Royal Arch Chapter. The Royal Arch. And here is the man who gave Freemasonry the Royal Arch degree. His name was St. Louis. St. Louis was the Freemason who gave to Freemasonry something called the Royal Arch degree in Jerusalem. And that's why we have the Royal Arch in St. Louis, for the Royal Arch degree of Freemasonry.
The Royal Arch in St. Louis.
We have something called the Royal Arch Chapter. Royal Arch Chapter of the Grand Lodge Freemasonry.
What did that tell you?
What's that?
Well, Royal Arch in Jerusalem. What does that tell you?
There's a Royal Arch in France. There's a Royal Arch in Russia.
No, in Jerusalem. What does that tell you?
Well, that's just one sect. This freaking. I'm putting the joint out halfway. Just switch flavors. Oh. Yeah, the what's it gonna? Oh. Well, I guess let's get back to it.
It's a particular kind of Freemasonry. And that particular kind of Freemasonry is called the Royal Arch Chapter. And the Pope, and the man who developed the thing called Royal Arch Chapter was St. Louis at Jerusalem. St. Louis, the Mason, went to Jerusalem and developed what was called the Royal Arch Chapter of Freemasonry in Jerusalem.
Seriously?
St. Louis.
And that's
St.
why
Louis,
we have
Missouri.
the Royal Arch today in
Mormons
St.
of Jackson County, Missouri.
They don't build this stuff by chance. They don't put that kind of money. They don't build stuff like this and put that kind of money and that kind of architect just to make it because it's pretty.
That's similar to the golden.
That's it.
When you put it all
McDonald. That's right.
There's some weird shit going
So,
on.
Now here's something called the summit of the arch.
Doesn't that make you look back on history and see these machinations of different people, like trying to control what the heck's going on? Like, I mean, come on.
The Mormons are like Templars based. It's like every secret society is different variations of Templars.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll admit that.
basically, it's like Western Templarism versus Eastern Templarism.
Yeah, and you look at Daniel's book on British Masonry versus French Masonry, and then you think back. Yeah, how did Joseph Campbell initiate Masonry into the United States through Mormonism? Like, what the fuck? you know, what the fuck went on there?
Because they had to hide it because of the
is that a third branch of Masonry or what?
It's
Yeah.
basically Illuminati. I mean, flat out Illuminati Templarism versus the old Irish Templarism.
Well, the Illuminati entered into Yale and Harvard and blah blah blah. Yeah, that worked out totally. Yeah.
Well, then that new connection with that Hussars de la Mort.
But how did
they were South America and France.
The Mormon Freemasonry connect with Harvard and Yale? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
Well, they're connected to the Illuminati of Weishaupts, according to some of the books. I was trying to find the screenshot earlier, but I closed the fucking browser with like a million tabs open. So now I can't find it.
I know. I know. How do you do that? I mean, I want to broadcast with a friend of mine, but I don't know how to do those tabs and show. Is that through Streamlabs?
Yeah, you got a second screen.
Okay.
You need a second screen. I mean, you don't need one, but it's easier.
Okay.
Or if you can find MP4 files of videos, you can put those on.
Yeah, okay.
It has to be MP4 though, because the other ones it doesn't like to. We're talking about Illuminati. It's like the. What was it? There was references to the word Mormon before Mormons ever existed, and that there's technically references to the word Nazi.
Wow.
Before the word Nazi ever existed.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Because guess which was the most known prominent one?
Well, Karl Marx, of course. Yeah.
No, the word Nazi. It wasn't used publicly until 1926 or something. But guess who used it in 1880 or something?
Who?
Albert Pike.
What? Holy fuck. Wow.
Yep. All the.
Is it in his Morals and Dogma?
Well, I mean, he talks about the swastika infinitum, but it's.
Yeah, but
it's in the letter to. It's in the letter to Muzzini.
Yeah, but you know that letter is totally been
I think the letter's real.
Yeah, they've said that letter never happened.
Well, I'll bring up his book, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find the word NASI.
You know, NASI or NAZI, that was a shorthand for the National Socialist Party. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's that? Morals and Dogma. Okay. Oops, wrong button. They don't. Oh yeah, Control F.
Yeah, and supposedly Pike predicted the Third World War between Islam and Christianity, but that I think that's all bullshit because that document is never.
It's originally from Arabic. The
No, that document has never been established as a real document. Yeah.
I think it's real because Cooper says that he's seen it in the British Museum.
Yeah, they say that, but I mean, there's no copies of it. Nobody has.
Because they hid it. Yeah, they hid it from the secret societies always buy up and hide everything they can get their hands on that exposes their conspiracy. Wait, you seen it earlier where what was it? The what book he mentions the Illuminati in that confession from Stella Matutina, and that they say that the what the fuck was that word? They say the confession of the Stella Matutina about the Sun cult, and that the
yeah, I've heard
forget
it.
it with that.
Yeah.
There's a part that mattered with the Illuminati, the OTO stuff. Oh, what was it? It had to do with the Nazi thing. Well, so there was a direct connection with the Stella Matutina and the fucking and the Thule Society. Yeah, damn it, what was that other thing about the I'm having a brain fart here.
Yeah, but I don't have. You know how many books I've got? I don't have documentation of that. And it pisses me off because I need documentation.
Well, there's books written around the period that mention it.
Yeah, that allege that, but they don't have references that are verifiable. Like, I mean, like Courtney says, you got to have three references that you can go back on in order to verify X, Y, and Z. And that's what I do. Like, and I don't have references for it. Like, it pisses me off.
Well, damn, I could have. Well, I think it's under cross. Oh fuck! It's mentioned 92 times. Oh, there it is. All right. Okay, so this is the part I was looking at. Maybe start right here. The word INRI, blah blah. Cross X, sign of creative wisdom, logos, blah blah. Power of the supreme God. Blah, blah. Across the universe, Mithras signed his soldiers on the forehead with a cross. One of the books was saying the other night that the mark on the forehead was the mark of the beast, and that it would most likely be equated to the ash that they draw on the Catholic's forehead.
Okay.
X is the mark 600, mysterious cycle of incarnations. Is that what this is? Incarnations. Constantly you see the Tau and the rest united. These letters, the old Samaritan, is found in areas stand for the first for 400 and second for 200, which equals 600. This was the staff of Osiris, also his monogram, and was adopted by the Christians as a sign. On the pedal PX of Constantinus was the inscription in hoc signi Victor Eris with the pi thing. But so also keep in mind the motto of the 30th, 31st. I think it's one of those two. In hoc signi Victor Eris. It's just like in hoc signi. I forget the word. Inscription in the Duomo at Milan Rhodes X et P Christo nomina Sancta Tene. The Egyptians used the sign as their god Cannabis, a T or an X differently, or a cross. The Vishras
convoluted. Wow.
The Vishras of India have also the same sacred Tau, which they have marked with crosses.
Fucking India.
Thus,
Fuck
the swastika,
India.
and with its triangles. Thus,
shit.
The vestments of the priests of the Horus were covered with these crosses, the Maltese cross. So was the dress of the Lama of the Tibet. The sectarian mark of the Jains were two swastikas.
Yeah, I understand now. I'm getting it because
they're two opposite symbols.
You're going back through all the history of the symbolism, and I agree totally with that. But the average Joe on the street doesn't understand all that bullshit.
Well, that's why
He
nobody can trust
doesn't.
Constantine. Look at his sign. He's a Mason.
Yeah, but
In hoc signi.
yeah, but the average Joe on the street can't comprehend all that shit. I mean, you've got to lecture them for like an hour and a half in order to get them into the right realm where they can understand all this stuff. And wow, I don't know. I don't know if
Yeah, I
I
mean,
have the ability to do that. Like, it's. I mean, I've done it. I've researched all this shit, and I can understand all the connections back and forth. But I mean, the average Joe on the street, like you've gotta, you've gotta tell him so much shit that he'll never, on the basic level, he'll never understand. Like, it's hard to deal with. I mean, I mean, I hate to say, that well, we're not above the average Joe, but I mean, the average Joe on the street he can't, he can't comprehend all this shit unless he's got a background in X, Y, and Z. And I don't know. It's
so
so hard.
This is crazy. Okay, so this is right after he's talking about the cross. Blah blah. You entered them in a gloom, into a shadow. They're clad in peril and sorrow. Lament with us the sad condition of the human race. The veil tears the calamities of man and the agonies of nations. Darkness will be
Yeah,
with
I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Well,
I
so
mean, Joe Jack on the street, he can't understand this.
Well, so then he goes on talking about blah blah. There's perhaps none blah blah beyond the needs of terrors of the body blah blah. Some demon seems to torture it with doubts, crush it in despair, asking blah blah. Okay, so then it goes down here. Blah blah. Vanity, writings, contortions of significance, insects to compose humanity. Idly imagine they resemble the omnipotent. What are we? The tempter asks the demon, the tempter, but puppets in a show box. Oh, omnipotent destiny, the strings, blah blah. That says, it is not, the demon whispers, merely an inordinate vanity of blah blah. Into God, into the intellect, sympathies, passions.
I know.
Then,
I mean, that totally exemplifies what I'm talking about.
Here it is. Made him believe that he was, in his bodily shape and organs, the very image of deity. Question mark. Secular humanism. Is it not God, merely his own shadow, projected a giant outlines upon the clouds? Secular humanism. Does he not create for himself a God out of himself? Secular humanism. Merely adding indefinite extension to his own faculties. Blah blah. So it's interesting.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, that's what I was totally talking about, because the average Joe, I hate to, I, I mean, I'm an average Joe at heart, but I mean, the average Joe doesn't know fuck all, and he can't comprehend all these intricacies and do the research.
Levi.
Yeah, he can't do the research. He can't do he doesn't have access to the text, all the bullshit that you need to have access to. And where is he? He's lost. I mean, how do we talk to these people that are?
Well, they're just repeating what their masters preach to them.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, how do we connect with them? How do we talk to them and convince them that what we are saying is legitimate to a certain degree? Yeah.
They're just gonna have to trust us.
I know. And that's the issue. Like, who do you trust? Like, hello, who do you trust? Like,
who do you trust?
Yeah, totally. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, who do you trust? I mean,
is that a song? Or
I
am I
mean,
stoned?
and that's why we have to, when we say X, Y, and Z, we gotta produce X, Y, and Z references so that they can look them up and, verify them.
Whoa, look at what this says. This is Albert Pike admitting what he is. He said Muhammad announced the Arabian idolaters a new creed. Quote, oh wait, he's not necessarily saying that this is his point of view. But this is, yes.
I know Albert Pike is an asshole, but whatever. Yeah.
Comes forth the human race. Yeah, so he might be I think he's pro-Islam, because I mean, the Order of the Shriners,
Hello. Hello.
Well, the rumors about the Shriners and hookers and stuff.
Yeah.
You
know what? I think I'm going to have to parse out.
Are you pretty tired?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if your fan base
calm down.
If your fan base appreciates me commenting live, so whatever.
Well, you say that you're in the redemption religion, so you still have a chance to redeem. Let go of the racism. Okay, so what was damn, I was gonna Google something on this book.
Yeah, there's a lot of books that you could check out, and I could recommend, but I don't know. I don't have.
I wonder if he uses the term thought form, like Bailey. No. Damn it. There's something I was gonna look up.
It's not a persecution complex. Huff table tapper and glue. He chill, mom. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking. We're talking about chili.
Okay. Let's see here. I forget what I was gonna look up.
I'll let you should. Maybe you should let this Jonathan Hiller blah 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 on your channel. I don't know who he is. He seems to have a wide opinion of different things, and
maybe put a link in the chat if anybody wants to.
Maybe they're pertinent. I don't know. I don't know if they're pertinent.
There's something I was gonna look up in here that is relevant. I don't remember what name it. Equal.
I'd be willing to interact with this Jonathan Hiller.
Well, just put the video back on.
Now, this was taken from a State Department bulletin, United States State Department bulletin called the Summit of the Art.
Whatever.
And here's a picture from that bulletin from the State Department. The glass pyramid.
Otherwise, I'm going
to. You know how many panels are on that pyramid? It's got 666 panels.
Well, this is in Paris.
France. Yeah, it's got another pyramid going in the opposite.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I understand.
Napoleonic cults.
So yeah, the Summit of the Arts, and this is in Paris, France, at the Louvre Museum. In front of the great glass pyramid is a glass pyramid.
Fucking asshole wrote a book about, and and he wrote a book. Yeah, the Mona Lisa is at the bottom of that pyramid.
Why do you like the Mona Lisa?
No, I hate it. Because she's an ugly bitch. Totally ugly.
Well, I was going to bust out my copy of the Mona Lisa. But I guess I won't.
But, you know, Dan
when
Brown
all the heads
wrote
of
the
state are
fucking
meeting
book about it.
at the summit of the arch.
Yeah.
Here's the Pope with all the dignitaries and all
Jonathan
the ambassadors.
Hiller,
and you'll
where the
notice that
fuck
these
are you?
ambassadors are all on their knees.
You have to yell. I'm wearing
And here's the Chinese, he's getting ready to go down to
Okay,
his
let
knee,
him
too.
on if he can come on.
Well, Damon's still wanted to argue with you, so I don't know when.
Okay, I'll
ambassadors.
I'll talk
When
to
you're an
Damon.
ambassador to a nation, and your
I'll talk
country
to
sends
Damon.
you to another country
Damon's
as an
an
ambassador,
asshole.
that's very bad politics for you to go down on your knees. Because that's symbolism. They're not
Who
only
else?
superior to you, but
Is
they're like
Ellie
God
on?
to you. You go
I'll
down on your
deal
knees.
with Ellie.
Now, any ambassador to
deal
the
with
United States
Sabrina.
will send to the Vatican.
I'll
If he goes
deal
on
with-
his knees, he
I'll
should be
deal-
shot in the
I'll
back of the
deal
head.
with Danny-
Because that's bad
Danny
politics. You don't
fucking
send an
Halter.
ambassador. I mean, how would you like to send, if you were a leader of a
Because-
gang and then sending
because I
a
have nothing but
representative to
contempt
another
for
gang,
those bastards.
and your representative goes down on his knees and prays to the other one.
That's pretty harsh. What?
Say, man, get up off your
I
knees.
know,
I didn't
that's
send you over
pretty
here
harsh.
crawling on your knees
But I
representing me.
mean,
Damn.
I would never
The hell you
talk
doing
to them
crawling on
like
your
that.
knees
I would
representing
talk
me?
to them
You represent me.
respectfully.
That makes me look like I'm crawling on my knees.
No, they
Right?
don't. They can't.
So
hear
why
me
are the
because they're not
ambassadors of all
online.
these nations on their
I
knees? Because
can't-
they know better.
I
This is
can't-
one time you better go on your
I
knees.
can't see them online.
Not because he knows the Lord, but because he is the head of a very powerful, sinister, secret society.
You're
Of
serious?
Freemasonry.
Wow.
And they know that. Normally, if we go from one king to another, they stand and talk. But if you go before this guy, you better get on your knees. Because this is some heavy-duty stuff here. That's Knights of Malta Freemasonry. This makes the mafia look like child's play here.
Not one fucking.
Yeah.
Not one fucking person is willing to talk.
There it is again.
Well,
Skull and the bones and the Pope wearing it. And the,
MMHQ 2B 2D.
here it
Go
is,
to
the
sleep, Harry. What the fuck are you
the King
talking
of
about?
England. the
Are you willing
star
to
of
talk or
the-
not?
What's his name? The one that was killed, Jacques de Molay. Jacques de Molay with the Knights of Malta.
Jacques de Molay.
And then we've got the Pope, King of England, and Jacques de
Yeah,
Molay.
Jacques de Molay. That's a
Adolf Hitler. The Nazis.
Yeah,
had
that's
the-
a serious question.
See the Nazis Who's that?
See it?
MMHQ 2B
That's right. Sure do.
No,
Here it
I'm
is
not
on
drunk
churches
yet.
here in churches over here in Pasadena.
I might be in a little while.
They wear it on churches. Now here it is. This is the York Rite Freemasonry again. Okay, here we go.
Fuck it.
See the cross and the crown?
What's
And if you
everybody?
climb up the
What's
ladder of
everybody?
Freemasonry,
Shit. 17.
you get up here to the
17
top.
watching now,
You've
and
got something
nobody's
called the Order of Knights Templar.
What the fuck?
Okay, and there again you got the red cross.
What the fuck's
Order of
wrong
the
with
Temple.
people?
And over here, you'll see this cross. Okay, now watch this. You got this cross here. Okay, now what? Here it is again.
Where's that? Oh,
The Knights of Malta cross.
yeah, the 33rd degree.
Here it is on the Masters of the Universe.
So you've got one here.
Stop you for a second.
Masters of the Universe.
Do they have did they dedicate an order for de Molay after he died?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Jacques de Molay, when he was put to death
Weird,
in the
they
15th century,
call
they made
him
an order
Masters
for young
of
boys. They was
Universe.
called the...
That's
Doesn't
they
that-
refer to themselves, Master Mason of the Universe. That's what they say.
Yeah, doesn't that remind you of the cartoon series? I don't know. I never watched it when I was a kid, but there was Masters universe where I forget who the hero was.
Yeah, he rode some cat or something.
Yeah, totally.
Had to fight Skeletor, and I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. So what is he talking about, Master?
He's talking about it was made by people that may have been possibly Nazis or Illuminati.
Yeah.
Illuminati. Masters
Okay.
of the universe. Master Masons of the universe. That they literally say that, I swear to God.
Okay, that may be Illuminati. That may be Illuminati. I don't know. Yeah,
it's definitely Illuminati.
Okay.
The Malays.
Okay, somebody mentioned to me, and I was talking about.
I believe it's 2 Illuminatis. But so, well, I want to bring up you know what the Demolay handshake is?
Yeah.
You grab the person's wrist and you tap their wrist 3 times.
Yeah. We're fellow travelers, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, and they said that Jeffrey Dahmer and the son of Sam, their parents were involved with the Demolay school. I mean, they were part of that order.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't surprise me none. All them crazy members of it.
So is that supposed to be a Freemason order?
Yeah, but it's for young boys. Just for young boys. It's called Demolay. Now here it is again. Use our Masters of the Universe. Now, it's also, here it is again, okay? It's also used for the Los Angeles Fire Department uses it. See?
Wow.
Fascism. In most cases, fascists have come to power after a nation has suffered an economic collapse, a military defeat, or some other disaster. The fascist party wins mass support by promising to revive the economy and restore national pride. We're talking about fascism. Now watch.
Wait.
Fascism is severely limited under personal liberty is severely limited.
The head of the LA Fire Department is a fucking BIOTCH woman. Like, what the fuck?
Biatch?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can say Biatch.
Under a fascist government. The government also controls newspapers, radios, and other means of communication. In its country, it issues propaganda to promote its policies. Opposition may lead to imprisonment, torture, or death.
Jesus.
Here is a fasci. Here's the French Grand Orient Temple Masons dancing around the maypole, and that is a fasci. Fascism. Fascism was an authoritarian political movement developed in Italy and several other European countries in 1919. Fascism. Its name was derived from the fasces, an ancient Roman symbol of authority consisting of a bundle of rods and an axe. So the fascism comes from, the name comes from, it's derived from the fasces, which is an ancient Roman symbol of authority consisting of a bundle of rods and an axe.
Yeah, Rome.
There it is, the bundle of rods and an axe.
On a red shield.
Here it is on American coins, a bundle of rods with the axe. See it? Here it is on American coins. Here it is on the back of the dime, the Mercury head dime.
Typically, the goddess is always wearing red.
Here it is in Congress.
Just like a red shield.
Oh, right there. See it right here? What is that?
Big deal.
On both sides of the president. So when the president's standing here talking, there is the fasces. So if you think that this country is a fascist, racist country, that's because it is a fascist, racist country. About damn time you woke up and found out. Well, these people act like a bunch of fascists. That's because they are. See it? They just do what comes natural. That's right.
Another characteristic of a fascist government is that they are controlled by a corporation.
That's it. That's a very important point.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very important point. There it is again. See it over here with this symbol here too?
They put it on the dime.
There it is, the fasci.
Rockefeller gave out all
So that's why you'll, and also the United States Senate. Here's the U.S. Senate, and what do you see down here?
And you wonder why they serve the
corporation. Cap on the top.
Even the playing cards has the fasces.
Maybe it's all just
Now we got the 13, there are 13 leaves, and there are 13 berries in the 13 leaves.
Maybe the seal itself.
13 arrows, 13 stripes, there are 13 stars.
Okay, so the seal itself, this side was the only side that was revealed to the founding fathers, was the eagle and the stars. And that the reverse side, the Great Pyramid, was said to have not been revealed to some of them. It was revealed to the inner circle, but not to the outer circle, which is relevant to the pyramid.
Versus the outer circle? Who are you talking about?
Only the inner circle knew what the reverse side of the seal was.
Who
it was only to be shown like 200 years later.
Who is the inner circle? Like, who are you talking about?
Well, okay, so Thomas Jefferson, during the meeting, they say that.
So Thomas Jefferson was part of the inner circle, or what?
Hold on, there's two stories. One is that some French dude or Prussian or something drew it. And the second one is that someone came to Adam Weishaupt wearing a black cloak, and that they claimed that it was Saint Germain, and that he brought Adam
Germain. Fuck.
Well, that's just one of the beliefs, that he brought Adam Weishaupt the Illuminati seal, the Great Seal, and that that it wasn't, the reverse side was not to be revealed until like 1915 or something, and that only the inner circle knew of the outer seal.
Do you have documents to back this?
I mean, technically they printed on some of the money too back then, so they were showing the 13 layered pyramid with the
yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, like 13.
I'm just looking at documentary.
So think about this:
viability. Yeah.
If you take 1110 plus, if you take 1110 plus 676, it equals.
Are you getting into gematria? Like, fuck.
1676.
Fuck, are you getting
no,
into gematria?
I'm wondering if 1676 is something relevant to the founding of America.
Come on. Come on.
I'm talking about the Roman numerals.
That's eisegesis. You're reading back into history.
Well, no.
What never happened.
What the Roman numerals are.
Yeah, I understand the Roman numerals.
Yeah,
totally.
yeah. Okay, so back to this.
Yeah, but you're reading
stars
back
make up the Star of
into
David,
history.
Shield of Solomon.
That never happened.
Yeah, 13. I haven't counted them, but I was told that one wing has.
The one is the one number is the prior Scion, and the other number is 666. The prior Scion number was 1110.
Yeah, but wasn't it in 1766? Like, come on.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is when you write the Roman numerals in the Templar cipher, the 3, 1, 2, and 3, and then 1, 2, and 3, like 2 upside down pyramids. The first row is 11.
Yeah,
hold on. This has to do with the seal.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, bro.
Well, hold on though. You don't understand. Robert Ramos told me I'm the expert.
No. I agree with you.
Well, hold on here.
But isn't that eisegesis rather than
No, you don't understand. The secret.
It's eisegesis. Come on.
Well, you don't understand. This has to do with the Priory of Sion.
Yeah, I understand that.
Year 1110. This has to do with the Illuminati, the division of the dark and the light side. Well, it also has to do with the 13 secret societies that form the star. The Illuminati, or no, was it 13? No, I think it was.
It was 13 fucking colonies.
No, it was 6. It was 6.
13 colonies.
Well, hold on,
13 colonies.
The priesthood of Ea, the order of Osiris, the order of the Magi, the Rosicrucians, the Illuminati, and then the order of the alchemists. Those are the 6.
Yeah, that's far-fetched. That's
no. That's they listed off. Hold on. I can quote the book.
Total
No. I can quote the book. Okay, the book is the Rosicrucian. Wait, no, that's not the one. The 1917 Rose Cross. What the fuck is that called? The 68th Convocation of the Rosicrucian Order. That book. He says that very exact thing. He mentions the 6 points and the 6 secret societies that I just listed directly in the book. I don't remember which page. It's under the All-Seeing Eye article or some shit.
Yeah, it totally sounds like eisegesis rather than exegesis.
Yeah, but the guy that's writing it is hold on. The guy that's writing it is one of the high members of the fucking Scottish Rite.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand.
He's a highly respected.
And isn't he trying to equivocate it so that he?
No, he's talking about actual.
Yeah, he is trying to equivocate it.
No, they're talking about literal secret societies. Literally 6 secret societies. Merging,
I don't think so.
Hold on, merging.
No, he's full of shit.
No, merging
secret
with the Bird Society. That's because there's two Masonic grips. One was lost. The grip of, according to the books, which I was looking up the grip of the Eagles, Paul or Talon or whatever. That one was only used. That's only used in one known book, but it's like I was trying to dig it up and like I found other.
I mean, isn't that
references? But
isn't that extreming the point?
Well, no, you don't understand.
Yeah.
The Illuminati, once they start taking over the lodges in the 1800s, they changed all the doctrine under Albert Pike.
But they didn't take over all the lodges. Come on.
And any lodge that was not one of their lodges was deemed irrelevant or something. I don't remember the term they used, but so that's where because what is the name of that? Miscellaneous or something. They weren't actually considered under the Grand Charter, and but so they faded out.
I understand that.
Yeah, so
but that doesn't blanket face everybody.
Wait. So when one group claims that they've got the real doctrine, and then the other groups don't have a fancy of a building as that one, then all of a sudden everybody's going to the other one. And so then over time, the secret societies
it's not going to
fade away. And that the new secret societies that have the Illuminati doctrine slowly take everything over with the new Atlantis, Plato's Republic.
Yeah, you're going by what's his name's book, but I mean, even his book,
Cooper's research.
Even his book, he admits that not all these groups acknowledged the Illuminati.
Yeah, but it was definitely real. Swedenborg seemed to have taken it over.
No, they didn't acknowledge the Illuminati overlordship of their society.
There seemed to have been two Illuminatis. One was Weishaupt's, and the other was American.
Totally.
And that they were connected through
I agree with
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson was an asshole. Totally.
Well, nobody knows whose team he was playing for.
Yeah, well, he was playing for the Satanic Cabal.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. It's that court case where there's somebody in the court case, he knows that they're screwed, and then he gives them money and tells them to leave because he knows that they're screwed. I mean, unless it was one of his bastard children, I guess. I mean, that's, I don't know. But well, so that's the thing. When you read Thomas, hold on though, you read Thomas Jefferson's writing, you can clearly see as a racist that he believes that the races aren't as good or something. And I don't remember what.
In that much, I agree with him.
Well, I don't care about your opinion, but what I'm saying is, though, I read
I hate miscegenation.
What I'm saying is that I read Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
Hold on, no.
You don't agree with you love miscegenation.
I think people are equal. I think people are equal.
No, we aren't equal.
I think segregation is the problem, is that people aren't hanging out with each other.
Yeah, we are not equal.
Well, I'm not saying I want foreign people from other countries in our country or anything.
Okay, wow. Wake up.
Well, no. You've never seen the world enough to, like I lived in a bunch of cities, and it's you meet people. You may judge them by their skin or something, but
I don't judge them by their skin.
Hold on.
I judge them by their fucking mentality and their religious preference.
Well, that's the thing, though. What did Jesus walk around judging people? I don't recall that.
Did. Totally, he did. Totally, he did.
Quote the verse.
Totally,
I don't believe that.
He called the Jews the sons of serpents. The sons of Satan.
You're misquoting the quote.
No, I'm not misquoting.
No. He said that there would be people that looked like or acted like or something. In the original terms of Greek,
he called the Jews of the day. He called them sons of Satan.
No.
He totally called them sons of Satan.
Grab the Bible and pick it up and read the verse.
Okay, no, you grab it.
You've got a whole library there. I can grab it, and I know it doesn't say that.
Yes, it does. It's so
no,
totally
you're not quoting the whole verse.
Yes, I will.
No, I'm saying you're not currently quoting the whole verse. You're taking it out of context.
What's the whole verse? Quote me the whole verse.
Oh, I think I've done this like a million times. Okay, so
you say you are sons of Jacob, and I deny that you are sons of Jacob. You are sons of Satan.
Well, I don't know that verse. I thought you were talking about Revelations.
No.
Well,
the Gospels.
Yeah, but then
the Gospels.
We're gonna have to find the verse. I'll bring it on the screen if you got it, but I guarantee you that in Greek it says something different.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, because you gotta understand.
Jesus calls them sons of Satan.
Well, hold on though. That's what I was getting at. Hold on. That's what I was getting at. That Revelations quote is that he's talking about. He's saying that there's people because you can't. This one of the etymologists.
Hold on.
One of the etymologists. one of the etymologists was saying that Jew was an old word for enlightened, and that it wasn't. It was. And that,
fuck
hold
off.
on. Then take the end story in Revelations, and he's saying there's people that will be pretending to be there, that are pretending to have enlightenment, and
fuck off. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I know you're not talking about that, but I'm bringing it up.
read the Gospels.
Well, you're
And
gonna have to quote
what
it.
does he say? He says, "Your sons of Satan, your sons of your father, the devil."
He's probably talking about a specific person or something. I guarantee you're taking out of context.
No, it isn't out of
I can
context.
bet money. How much you want to bet?
No, I'm not.
I don't even have any money.
Read the Bible. Fuck.
Okay, back to the video.
32 degrees, and the other has 33 feathers, 32 and 33.
65.
Then you have the annuit coeptus, which simply means our enterprise is now a success. Annuit coeptus, our enterprise is crowned with success. And then you say, what enterprise is crowned with success? Novas ordo seclorum. Novas is novice, meaning new. Ordo is obviously order. And seclorium comes from the word, we get our word secular, meaning worldly. Secular job, secular education.
Age,
secular means of the world. The new order of the world. Our enterprise is now a success. That was put on there in 1933.
And then
when Roosevelt came out and said, we got a new deal. Now, the deal before was that you were an American and you were free. Now we got a new deal. The new deal is that we just bought you. You understand? We bought you for a price. So consequently, we now have the new deal. Our enterprise is now a success. Yeah, the new covenant, that has to do with this thing right here. And on the bottom of the pyramid, you'll see MDCCLXXVI, standing for 1770.
Do you have a logic? MMHQ, do you have a logical argument?
You're driving me to smoke cigarettes here.
No, MMHQ, you have a logical argument against me? Or are you, fucking
Hey, calm down.
No, this guy's pissing me off.
Well, no,
he's got no argument against me.
Well, you can't let people get you upset. Okay, so right here.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying that this guy's got no argument against me.
Okay,
he's got nothing to say.
Well, I put a link on. He doesn't want to come on, so. Okay, the MDC. So M, and then B,
MMHQ, 2BD.
Well, hold on. The first three, MDC, MD, and then C at the bottom, and then CL with the X at the bottom, and then the XV with the I at the bottom. So 3 groups, which then when you line them up, it says 11.
Yeah, he's got nothing to say because he's got no argument against me.
Hold on, I'm not talking about that.
He's got nothing to argue against me. He's full of shit.
Hold on, we're talking about the Illuminati seals. Calm down. If this number was a number that was encrypted into the Illuminati seal, because technically America started before 1776, that
yeah, it's a weird date that they started in 1776, same year Adam Weishaupt started his shit show in 1776. Yeah, weird.
1776.
Weird.
What is that? How does that go? There's a thing about the date.
Fuck off, MMH.
Oh, there's a thing about the date that adds up to
like what the fuck? Why are you saying to shut the fuck up?
Well,
You're an asshole.
He just wants you to not hate people, so calm down.
Why is he saying that? Like he won't engage me properly.
Well, it's not obvious that you offended him. I mean, you don't have to.
I might have offended him. I don't know.
Life will go smoother when you don't offend people. Okay, so what was damn it, what was I getting at? I think someone rolled a cigarette. You're driving me to smoke a cigarette. Okay, so if America was already started before 1776, and if only certain people were aware of the reverse side of the seal, and that the seal contained, how does that go? One of the numbers adds up to 888.
Yeah, you know the weird thing about the seal, that it was never published for a long time. I mean, people didn't know about the seal for years. I mean, deal with that. Deal with that thing.
Well, that's where okay, so Weishaupt, what was that guy's name? Franz something, the guy that initiated Weishaupt into the Illuminati. Franz something. Hold on, I got the notes right here.
Yeah, I understand, Franz. Yeah.
No, Franz Kolmer.
Franz Kolmer. Yeah.
No, I'll bring up the picture.
Okay. But the thing was that the seal that everybody talks about, that's on the back of the dollar bill, blah blah blah. That never happened till shit.
Well, there was
1900s. That never happened till the 1900s.
The revealing of it.
Yeah.
Where's that? I know it's around here somewhere. It's somewhere.
And I mean, the obverse was totally real. That was part of the American emblem, or whatever you call it. So the obverse was real. The truncated pyramid with the eye on the sky.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, it's symbol of a trapezoid.
Has anybody ever listened to "Eye in the Sky" by the, what is that modern rock band? I mean, that it tells you everything. Totally. The rock band, "Eye in the Sky," Alan Parsons Project. Yeah. They tell you everything.
Jack Parsons?
Alan Parsons Project. They tell you everything about "Eye in the Sky." Totally.
Well, I mean, you think it was connected to Jack Parsons?
Yeah, totally. Well, Jack Parsons is a key figure in the whole shit show. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Here it is. Kolmer. Franz Kolmer. Where's the screen? Okay, so right here is the evidence. Franz Kolmer. Notice he's got a peg leg because he's a pirate.
Oh, fucking asshole.
1771, Weishaupt met a mysterious seafaring Danish merchant called Franz Kolmer, who had recently returned from Egypt. Kolmer supposedly initiated Weishaupt into the confidence of the occult. The dreadful Alumbrados pirates. So what do you think about that?
While I'm talking to the chat, I'm saying, come on, people, listen to Alan Parsons Project, "Eye in the Sky."
You were listening.
I mean, that's de rigueur for understanding what the fuck's going on. I mean,
I don't
come
know.
on,
Is that a
people.
French phrase?
No. De rigueur, that's French, I guess.
How do you say the cat in French?
The cat, le chat.
What about? Damn it! I can't remember my cat's name outside. That's wild that I can't pet. That's it's French.
Yeah, I know French. I know French. I
Pretty
took
sure it
3
was
years.
cat. How do you say dog in French?
I took 3 years French in school. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, so so the paragraph above.
And people,
merchant class
the
traded
people that
bags.
are looking at Eye in the Sky, at the fools, I can cheat you blind. Like, I mean, fuck. Look at the Eye in the Sky. Yeah.
Okay, so 18th century. Where's that? Under the facade of illuminism.
This
you gotta hear this part.
is an English band that anyways, it was an English band.
Okay, right here. Colmer legend first appeared in volume 3 of Abbe Augustine Barruel's tome against philosophies, Freemasonry.
Yeah, I've got Augustine Barruel's books on Freemasonry. His double volume. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
So then it goes on.
So don't try to shit me out on.
What's up, Freemasons, Illuminati, Jacobins? Nestor Webster thought Coleman had been known in Italy as Oltotas, the teacher of Cagliostro.
Totally.
Wait, where did?
So people don't shit me because I know everything. I've studied everything about this shit.
Oltotas. Cagliostro. Okay, I just had to look at that real quick. Yeah, so I definitely think we need to get into the Alumbrados pirate stuff because where there's pirates, there be treasure.
Yeah, I've studied Cagliostro significantly. I've got books on
We
him.
can see the comparisons with Crowley, Cagliostro and Crowley. They're the same.
Yeah, totally.
They're playing the same song.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if this is relevant. Oh yeah, this is relevant. Franz Colmer, who lived in Alexandria and visited Giza, blah blah. Society they founded together, unless it was actually much older and more mysterious group, which where they were initiated. They had 5 major principles: abolition of hereditary monarchies, end of private property and legacies, elimination of nationalism, patriotism, end of marriage and family life, and finally the abolition of religion. So
Frank Colmer is key.
Well, that's the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's some of the names. Baron Bessos Sandersdorf. He was Hannibal. Marquis de Costanza. I've heard that one. Count Ecker.
I mean, all these people, I've interacted with all these people or their manifestos or whatever their writings were. I've related to all these assholes.
Oh yeah. Well, do you notice that Count Ecker, Saladin is the name of a Hashashin?
Yeah, totally.
Fun Knagi. So they were. I think the Hashashin was with the Alumbrados pirates. Here's a book talking about Stephen Hawking predicting a disease from space in 2010.
Stephen Hawking? Wow. That makes me laugh. Wow.
What if he was predicting the coronavirus stuff?
No, what he was predicting probably was the alien invasion.
Oh yeah.
Because the alien invasion is the next psyop that we're gonna have to deal with after COVID. Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't have the right. Is it still on the screen? Okay. So yeah, I figured we'd wait. I should have cross-referenced the word pirates. Otherwise, we're gonna get a bunch of. There's this history of Herodoxus Españoles. Let's see what this says. Alumbrados.
How do I say this on your channel?
You don't say it.
No, but I want to say
the origin of the doctrine.
Alan Parsons. Alan Parsons.
Oh, you can say that. Alan Parsons.
Parsons.
The tiempo de Cisneros. Tiempo is time. The time of Cisneros. I think that was a person. The Piedrahita. What is that? A stone? Something?
No, I'm just saying Alan Parsons was amazing. I mean,
the errors.
Fuck. Did anybody? You've got to look back on Alan Parsons' project. Wow.
False accusations of Illuminati. Juan
I
de
mean,
Lima.
they predicted everything. They predicted everything.
Oh, what do you mean? What are the lyrics? Well, have you ever heard of the band Fear Factory? They predicted the technocracy.
I've never heard of them, but
yeah, if you just hit a drum as fast as you can, it sounds just like no.
I mean, Alan Parsons. They predicted Eye in the Sky. Like, I mean, you've read about or you've heard their song "Eye in the Sky." I mean, "Eye in the Sky." Totally. That's totally what's happening nowadays. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, the technocracy. There's probably a satellite dish pointed right at you. It's looking right. It's counting your your eyelashes right now.
Yeah, totally. And there's a certain girl that I appreciate. Whatever.
Yeah,
and she's got good eyelashes.
Cross-reference pirate. So we can find. Well, I should probably put the video back on. So it's not.
There are 13 layers on the pyramid. Everything is done in sequence of 13 because of Jesus and the 12.
Jesus and 12?
Jesus and his 12. The 12 disciples plus the master makes 13. That's why 13 is an unlucky number for you. Because that's a number that's used by the Illuminati. The 12 apostles plus the master makes 13. 13 is the unlucky number because it has to do with a very high form of magic, and you don't need to know nothing about it. So don't even use 13. It's unlucky for you.
What the fuck?
That's a number only the masters know and understand.
Yeah, well, it's that. Let me explain that. The 13. Okay, so 13 good, 13 bad. 13 plus 13 is 26, which is tetragrammaton, which is Kabbalism. That it's symbols. There's 13 good as well.
Why 13 is unlucky?
Yeah, 13.
Now here's something interesting you probably have never seen.
When I was a teenager, my favorite number was 13 because I was a rebel. I rebelled against everything, and I proposed 13 as my favorite number. And now all of a sudden 13's coming up like weird. Yeah. I mean, I no longer, I don't give a shit about numbers anymore. I mean, I was a rebel because everybody said seven was their favorite number. And I said, fuck you. I said 13 because it was a anti number. And I said, 13 is my number. And now all of a sudden fucking 13's coming up. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I wouldn't get too superstitious.
No, I'm not superstitious at all because I don't give a shit about numbers. I don't.
This says
numbers.
Well, so this is talking about Weishaupt and Colmer and the Olimbrados. Man, I better screenshot this.
But I mean, it's weird how 13 shows up in different iterations. Weird. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they're talking about Weishaupt, 1748, professor of the something University of Ingolstadt, something the principles of disorganization, I think. De los Antiguos Municos.
Fuck you, HQ 2D.
Lamato, that's that name. Colmer.
Like fuck.
K. Hold on, I'm trying to translate this. I'm really bad at Spanish.
No, I'm talking.
Colmer was from Egypt. I think it says the expulsion to Malta. Something the disciple of Colmer, charlatan Cagliostro.
Yeah, Cagliostro was a charlatan to a certain degree. Yeah, totally.
They were adepts of something Illuminati.
I mean, study Cagliostro, his history. He was a weird guy.
Saying Philosophia del Siglo. I can't think of that's a name. No, oh yeah, that's a name. Philosophia del Siglo. The Sigle.
That was
the 8th or the 18th.
That was his real name. Wow.
That was somebody that I think in Spain probably. Condu Geron. What does that mean?
I know what that means.
Condu Geron and Weishaupt reconcile. I think legitimize the politics and religion.
Yeah. No, that isn't quite what it means, but
I might be reading it wrong.
You're reading
the secret indicaban. I don't know what that means. Las mismas, the ideas of the disciples, something of derecho, desde entonces.
Fuck.
Sabio.
Your asshole. MMHQ 2DB or DD tells me to go to sleep. What the fuck is he talking?
Okay, so the plan is something of the occult.
Him to fucking go to hell.
All right, calm down.
Go to hell and HQ.
Where is that? Something of the occult. Kate Tendria Port, the object of creating the systems. Something repugnant to the principles, antisocial. Something Illuminism, the principles, anti-religious. Oh, they're saying the principles of the Illuminati, anti-religious, something against the modern. Who's that?
Okay, stupid.
Right. Anti-religious and philosophic, modern philosophy. He something. What does it say? Resumen some naturalize the perfection original of the primitive. Wait, what?
Weird. What the fuck is he talking about? Wow. Okay.
I think they're talking about dumbing down man.
Yeah, dumb and dumb. Yeah. Okay.
The prime something of what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I understand.
Liberty of society, politics.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Well, I'm just curious what they said because I couldn't find very many books on the subject.
Yeah, I disagree with him, but whatever he's trying to postulate, I disagree with it. But I mean, that's typical of.
Well, I don't know. Are you talking about the chat or what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying that's typical of what the guy is trying to say, and I disagree with him. But
it's talking about Baron von Carnegie.
Yeah, Baron von Carnegie.
Philo.
Yeah, let's talk about Baron von Carnegie.
Well, he says it's the simple something activated porque occupies the something of Notre Dame Alemania.
Oh, this is lovely. I mean, Baron von Carnegie.
Then it says precurorum. I think that means precursor. Gunnar a los Freemasons. That's Freemasons. Reunidos les reunite and assemble.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Baron von Carnegie. I mean, have you read the book called The Response to Philo? Or yeah, I mean, come on.
Hombre, principles soberuos. I don't know what that is. Wait, so it goes on more. Illuminador.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a dictionary.
I mean, you have to read August.
Illuminados. What is the Spanish word for pirate?
Pirate? I don't know.
They're spelling it different. They're spelling it with an I.
Yeah.
I-L.
Pirate.
Illuminado. I think I should go find it under that. Let's see.
You know, my favorite. I don't
know. Doctrines dealt. How do you say pirate?
Pirate.
Pirate in
Pirate. Pirate.
English. Pirate. Pirata.
Pirata, maybe.
Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, because sometimes the stuff isn't in the right language. What is this? Pirata coins? The ultimate. What? Okay. Let's just check it out, I guess. Something silence of something. The Illuminato. Okay, where's that other word? Harata. What was that with a?
Somebody said I'm constantly interrupting you. Have I done that?
Well, it doesn't matter if you did. I'm about to pass out here in a minute. Where's the word pirate? I see the word captain. Captain Bernstein.
Pirate.
Isn't Bernstein German? Samuel Bernstein. Hombre occult siempre sus debilidades. Character. This might be a nothing burger.
Nothing burger. I love nothing burgers. They're delicious. They're totally delicious.
I don't see the word pirate in there either.
Pirate. I think it's pirate. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking in Spanish or something. I don't know.
The Pirate of Los Condos de Osorno. Or Sorno. Huh. Well, I wonder what so wait, so it was mentioning if it mentions Franz. Or what the hell is his last name? Franz Kolmer? Franz Kolmer.
Okay. Who is the fucking character again? Franz Kolmer is an actual person, but I mean,
he's the guy that initiated Weishaupt.
Oh, that's a different Franz. Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking of Franz Franz Mesmer.
No, Franz Mesmer. Wow, that would be supremely ideologically amazing. But it isn't Franz Mesmer. No.
The Pirate of Lima. Where's Lima? Isn't that
That's in
Lima? Is that Peru or is that in Europe?
No. Well, initially it's Peru, but it could be in Italy.
No, they're talking about Lucifer. Anathema. I don't know what that means. It looks like they're going. It's just like a Mason book. They're saying this person says something, and this says. I think this is an initiation or something.
That's a weird book. I mean, why wouldn't they give accurate references? Like, I mean, come on.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm looking in the Spanish books because there doesn't seem to be a lot of Alumbrados references. The pirate. Oh, here's a picture.
Yeah, Alumbrados in the Spanish books is way harder to look up. But they were a de facto group. Yeah, Alumbrados in Spain. Yes, I mean, I've got references to them, but I'd have to look them up. Sorry, I don't have them. And yeah.
Well, I don't think there's much in this. So I'm gonna have to dig into this another time. I'm getting pretty tired. Impresiones de Viage, page 7. Alexander Dumas.
Wow. Isn't he a character? I mean, people don't understand Alexander Dumas. I mean, he's a seminal character that has never been adequately deep dived on.
Oh yeah, you heard of Club Dumas?
Yes.
Wasn't that? I don't know if that was written about him or by him or.
No, it wasn't written about him.
Or if it was connected to him. Pretty soon.
Yeah. But I mean, Alexander Dumas. I mean, there was Alexander Dumas, Père and Frère. I mean, him and his son. I mean, they wrote several books on certain topics about the French. situate.
Okay, so saying the pirates brought horrible torment. A lot of horrible torment.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the situation to adequately explain it properly.
Well,
So
it's hard to read Spanish. I mean, I can barely. I only know like half the words.
Well, no, he wrote French. He wrote French, but yeah,
It might be a different writer than.
Yeah. He wrote the Three Musketeers. Blah blah blah.
Oh, okay. Wait, did he speak Spanish? He might have spoke Spanish.
He might have spoke Spanish, but he wrote in French.
We got Armas Ganadas, Emperor Carlos V, 1535. Was this muchas? So a lot of valiosas. I don't know what that means. The arms, the guerra, trade, the conquest.
He wrote so many novels. I mean, he was the arch novelist. I mean, before novels were popular, I mean, he wrote so many novels about the French Revolution and everything like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's saying Los Quatien something character original. Damn, I don't know what Tunes mean. I think it's a name. Debujados, something invented Illuminati and described Deseritas. I can't read the rest. Something about the end terminals.
I don't think he wrote about the Illuminati, but I mean,
no, I'm talking about. I'm just reading from a Spanish book from like 1800s about pirates and alumbrados.
Yeah. Okay.
Because instead of they were calling it alumbrados, illuminado.
Yeah. Totally. That was the Spanish. The Spanish had an idea about.
Oh yeah. Maybe I would put that video back on.
And that eventually.
Have you seen this one before?
To atomize.
Okay.
Atomize.
Have you ever seen this on a dollar bill?
Totally. Yeah. Totally.
See this little guy right here?
Yeah. Barbarossa. Pirate Barbarossa.
There he is. Huh?
You can barely make it out. It's because it's got other lines in it. Right here.
Yeah. It's a weird
oh, yeah.
transformation happened. And I don't totally understand
this little guy right here.
it. I mean, between
here he is.
Alexander Dumas'
no, it's an owl. A little owl.
Three Musketeers.
It's a symbol of the Bohemian Society.
Stories, about the Iron Knight. Blah, blah, blah.
You remember that became the mascot
I think that they were introduced this year.
Yeah, but eventually it went into the Illuminati, which is
sure makes sense to me.
Totally blows my mind.
No. They put it there about
I don't
think
understand
about 25 years ago, 20 years
transferred. And it wasn't through.
There's
it wasn't through the Templars,
Albert Pike, the Grand Master of World Freemasonry.
That's how it occurred. It was through.
He was thinking to himself, boy, if you chumps knew half of the crap that we're doing.
What?
If you chumps ever found out what we were doing, you'd be real big time. Big time.
It's a weird
disappointed.
That we have to deal
I've been on mushrooms for 41 years.
Somebody needs to do a deep dive on how that all fractured and worked out.
Here's what Rockefeller wrote. Rockefeller wrote this.
Manipulated. I don't understand.
Rockefeller wrote this in something called the Occasional Letter Number 1. He said, "In our dreams, we have limited resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. The present education conventions fade in our minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk."
I mean, things happen.
We got unlimited resources, and people just love to do what we tell them.
Another name for rule is evil.
This is interesting to me.
And
the preface for the book Brave New World.
Shit happened that we didn't predict.
And in the preface for the book Brave New World back in 1948, the 1948 edition, we're talking about back in 1948, this was said, quote, "As political and economic freedom diminishes, as the political and economic freedom diminishes, sexual freedom tends compensatingly to increase, and the dictator will do well to encourage that freedom in conjunction with the freedom to daydream under the influence of dope, the movies, and radio. It will help to reconcile his subjects to the servitude which is now their fate."
What is that in?
That was the preface to Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. By Aldous Huxley, Brave New World.
You can still get that?
Oh yeah, and this is the preface to it in 1948. So he's saying that the dictator will make sure you have plenty of narcotics, alcohol, sex, entertainment, basketball, ping pong ball, football, baseball, any ball, as long as you have a ball game, right? And a lot of sex, drugs, rock and roll, and whatever else is you need to keep you occupied while we do a number on you and take away your political and economic freedom.
Who's the author?
Aldous Huxley.
Spell again?
Aldous Huxley. Huxley. Aldous Huxley. It's a very famous book. All you need to do is just remember Brave New World. It's very famous.
Like Machiavelli?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is on the same tradition.
Right. This is the one I'm going to conclude on. I could go on all night, but I'm not going to. This is the one we're going to conclude on. Here is from the California Legislature, 1953 regular session. Now this is back in 1953. Published by the Senate of the state of California. That's the 11th report, the Senate Investigating Committee on Education. Education in the state of California, published by the Senate. It says, I can't, wait a minute. I thought I had a better, well anyway. It says, so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical and deadly world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded by the secret order of the Illuminati in Bavaria, May 1st, 1776. May Day. The World Revolution conspiracy appears to have been so well organized as to be ever continuing and ever on the alert to take advantage of every opportunity presenting itself or that the conspirators could create. So in other words, these guys at the top, they will take advantage of anything. If you get a black guy run over a white guy, they'll send somebody in, make something out of it. They'll say, that was planned, that was purpose, he did that purpose, and cause this division.
And Malcolm X's daughter's trial, or I think a court date is May the 1st.
Right, good. Is there symbolism there or what?
Malcolm X's.
Right. Well, now tell me if they ain't going to use that.
I think so.
They're going to use that. No matter what happens, they're going to use that one.
So that's supposed to be a signal to the other people to let them know what's going on?
Yeah, May 1st. Oh yeah, May 1st is a well, I'll show it to you. Anyway, it is significant in this connection that as early as 1783, when unsettled conditions and dissatisfaction in some quarters had arisen in the American colonies, a subversive anonymous sermons were circulated among the colonial army to incite dissatisfaction and rebellion. George Washington immediately, we're talking 1783, George Washington immediately called the army together, and in addressing them, he used this significant language. Quote, now this is taken from Marshall's Life on Washington, page 86, 87. George Washington, 1783, said, quote, "My God, what can this writer have in view by recommending such measures? Can he be a friend to the army? Can he be a friend to this country? Rather, is he not an insidious foe, some emissary perhaps from New York?" Back in 1783, George Washington knew where the trouble was.
Who are they talking about now?
I don't know. But he knew that whatever it is happening, better check in New York, because that's where the stuff is. That's where it's coming from. And then the Senate of the state of California goes on to say, it is plain that Washington believed the then center of this secret conspiracy, so far as this country was concerned, to be located in New York, and felt it to be his duty to make such a direct statement.
So you're saying that all this
the Empire State?
Yeah, New York. All this crap's coming out of New York, the Empire State. Remember? The Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars.
By the Jews?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
They spanked him. He's been coward ever since.
Did they have any?
Where'd he go? I was just standing up.
Oh, of course they did. Big time. And you think the slaves were freed, and you think the slaves were freed after the Civil War? Don't bet on it. Slaves were made 14th Amendment citizens. 14th Amendment citizens are not citizens.
What are they? Colored people.
That's right.
Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, colored people.
Negro means one owned by another.
It is recognized that May 1st as the recognition of May 1st, 1776 as the founding date of the World Revolution conspiracy is not difficult to understand when it is realized that May Day is frequently celebrated even in recent times by rioting and bloodshed on a worldwide scale. That's why in Russia and China, Communist China and the Soviet Union and all communist countries, they always have the big celebrations and parties on May Day because it has to do with the maypole. The maypole is the male resurrection, the male erection. It's the male symbolism, and it has to do with revolution.
Jordan Maxwell speaking against communist Nazis. So.
The book, Fire in the Minds of Men, this book traces the course of the revolutionary fate from its earliest origin in occult Freemasonry to the allegedly scientific Marxism of today.
Yeah, see?
So,
Masonry to Marxism.
Fire in the Minds of Men.
With all that.
We've got a little more, but I'm going to stop for tonight. I'm going to let it cool off a little bit. So all this is saying is that we better wake up.
We don't have much time.
And we don't have much time.
How can I go about getting that copy?
Oh. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it says that this is interesting. Let's see. So this is some Spanish. I'm really bad at Spanish. Something Christianity. So it's going on with questions. The hombres are closest hasta mundo. What does that mean? The people, something, something. Why do they admirate the causaria? The cause of the something los demás hombres. Los demás hombre demon. Demás others. Okay. Yeah, so okay, right here. Hombres marque. The comparison of the something, the admiration of the grand, something occasional, something, blah blah, the brilliant light, the initiates. I think that's what it says. Show us, or what that. Hermas, something of the moon, with the accompaniment of the Illuminati and the Resplendores, something of the sun, del sol. So talking about the sun and the moon with the Illuminati. I said door Mismo. I don't know what Mismo means. Hold on here. Mismo. Same. Okay, that's not what I thought it meant. Something is. Are they the same as the? Damn, I'm gonna have to type this out later. Something liberty. Yeah. So Aquelas, palabras. Something in the water. What is that? We're talking about the. We're talking about the. Is it the? It looks like the oath of the Illuminati. Principles mysterious and something Santa Fe. Necessary salvation. Something. The sword of principles. Mysterious. Something. When they write mysterious, could be in reference to well, typically they write mystery or in the Mason books, capital letters, inculpablement. Inculpable. There's definitely some complex Spanish. The inculpablemente, something ignore. What is that? The saber. Let's say saber. Something. The sword of Cristiano con necesidad. Silvers. What is that? Part of silvers. Name it. I can't read Spanish. I mean, some of the words are familiar, but just because I took it in like middle school, looks like some. I think they're quoting oaths. Well, I'm gonna have to get back into this. So I didn't even get into the word. Also, the pirates mentioned before. What is this? Does that say the something of Cyan? I don't know. That might be just Spanish. What does that say? Let me see what this says real quick. Blow the trumpet. What are they talking about here? think they're talking about Bible stuff. It looks like Jesus crucified, blah blah. Because this is a weird book. Somebody's talking about Illuminati afterwards. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to this later. Illuminados. I mean, they could be replacing that with. What's that? The manual of Illuminato de Weishaupt es obligación of Harmona. What is that? I think that's just going over the tenets of the Illuminati. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna have to go over this with. Damn it! This one right here is interesting. Pirates, something horrible torment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save these. Okay. Well, so there are some dictionaries too. Damn it! It's all in Spanish. I can't read Spanish. Very good. This one's particularly interesting. 1748 with Colmer. It mentions expulsion to Malta. Something Habia, I think, lives. The Vito in Egypt. Habia Hecho. Expulsion to Malta. He is a disciple of Colmer. Wait, something. Disciple of Colmer, charlatan. Cagliostro. What was that? Yeah, something distinguish Illuminism from something. I think that's the name. Avesión de Lion. El Estudio del Monachismo. What does that say? The mannequin of something. Yeah, I can't figure out what this is. Something conjuring Weishaupt, no reconcile the legitimate something of politics, religion. Okay, yeah, that one's I'm gonna have to save it for later. I'm getting pretty tired. Alright, peace out. Push the like button. Apologies for hearing me being racist. And I shall go to sleep after I brush my teeth. Alright, peace.